It's a long story, but one you've never heard before. This story is about a place that dwells on the mountain, a place where bad things happen. And you may think you know about the bad things. You may decide you have it all figured out, but you don't. Because the truth is worse than monsters or men. At first, I was upset when they told me we were moving to some little town out in the Ozarks. I remember staring at my dinner plate while I listened to my sister throw a temper tantrum unbefitting of a 14-year-old honor student. She cried, she pleaded, and then she cursed at my parents. She threw a bowl at my dad and told him it was all his fault. Mom told Whitney to calm down. But she stormed off, slamming every door in the house on the way to her room. I secretly blamed my dad as well. I heard the whispers too. My dad had done something wrong, something bad, and the sheriff's department had reassigned him to some little out-of-the-way county to save face. My parents didn't want me to know that, but I did. I was 9, so it didn't take me too long to warm up to the idea of a change. It was like an adventure. New house, new school, new friends. Whitney, of course, felt the opposite. Moving to a new school at her age is hard. Moving away from her new boyfriend, however, was even harder. While the rest of us packed up our things and said our goodbyes, Whitney sulked and cried and threatened to run away from home. But a month later, when we pulled up to our new house in Drisking, Missouri, she was sitting right next to me, texting viciously on her phone. Thankfully, we moved over the summer and I had months of free time to explore the town. When Dad started his new job at the sheriff's office, Mom drove us around the city, commenting on this and that. The city was much, much smaller than St. Louis, but also a lot nicer. There was no bad areas, and the entire town looked like something that you'd see on a postcard. Drisking was built in a mountain valley, surrounded by healthy forest land, with walking trails and crystal clear lakes. I was 9. It was summer, and this was in heaven. We'd only been living in Drisking a week or so when our new next-door neighbor came to introduce themselves. Mr. and Mrs. Landy, and their 10-year-old son Kyle. While our parents talked and drank mimosas, I watched the Landys' lanky, red-headed son hang out in the doorway, shyly eyeing the PS2 in the living room. Do you play? I asked. He shrugged. Not really. Do you wanna? I just got Tekken 4. Kyle glanced at his mom, who had just been handed her third mimosa. Yeah, sure. And that afternoon, with the ease and simplicity of our age, Kyle and I became best friends. We spent that cool summer morning outside exploring the Ozarks and the hot afternoons in my living room playing the PS2. He introduced me to the only other kid in the neighborhood our age, a skinny, quiet girl named Kimber DeStaro. She was shy, but friendly, and always up for anything. Kimber kept up with us so well that she quickly became the third wheel to our tricycle. With my dad at work all the time, my mom consumed with her new friendships, and my sister locked in her room all day. The summer was ours to take, and take it we did. Kyle and Kimber showed me where all the best hiking trails were, which lakes were the best, and most accessible by bike, and where the best stores were in town. By the time the first day of school rolled around in September, I knew I was home. On the last Saturday before school started, Kyle and Kimber told me that they were going to take me somewhere special, somewhere we hadn't been yet. The Triple Tree. What's the Triple Tree? I asked. It's totally awesome. Totally huge treehouse out in the woods, Kyle said excitedly. Pfft. Whatever, Kyle. Come on, you guys. If there's a friggin' treehouse, you would have showed it to me already. Duh, we wouldn't have. Kyle shook his head. There's a ceremony for first-timers and everything. Kimber nodded eagerly in agreement. Her dark orange curls bounced off of her tiny shoulders. Yep, it's true, Sam. If you enter the treehouse without the proper ceremony, you'll disappear and then you'll die. My face fell. Now I knew they were making fun of me. That's a lie. You guys are lying to me. No, we're not. Kimber insisted. Yeah, we'll show you. We just have to get a knife for the ceremony and we'll go. What? Why do you need a knife? Is it a blood ceremony? I whispered. No way, Kimber promised. You just gotta say some words and carve your name into the triple tree. Yup, it takes like 1 minute, Kyle agreed. And it's a really cool treehouse? I asked. Oh yeah, Kyle promised. Okay, I guess I'll do it then. Kyle insisted on using the same knife he used during his own ceremony, but we paid a price to get it. Mrs. Landy just happened to be home with her youngest son, Parker, and despite Kyle's many objections, his mother insisted that he take his 6-year-old brother with him. Mom, we're going to the treehouse. It's only for older kids. Parker can't go. I don't care if you're going to see an Exorcist movie marathon. You're taking your brother with you. I need a break, Kyle. Can't you understand that? And I'm sure your friends won't mind. She flashed Kimber and me a challenging look. Right? No, not at all, Kimber said, and I nodded in agreement. Kyle made a loud, dramatic sigh and called his brother. Parker, put on your shoes, we're leaving now. I met the youngest Landy several times before and found that he was unlike his older brother in looks and in disposition. Where Kyle was a wild, excitable fireball with hair to match, I found Parker to be an anxious, fidgety boy with small eyes and dark brown hair. We got on our bikes and made our way to a lesser-known hiking trail a few miles away. I'd asked before where the trail led when we'd ridden across it several weeks before, and Kyle had given me the underwhelming answer of nowhere interesting. We pulled up to the trailhead and leaned our bikes against the wooden signpost which read, West Rim Prescott Ore Trail. Why are so many trails around here named Prescott? I asked. Is this Prescott Mountain or something? Kimber laughed. No, dummy, it's because of the Prescotts. You know, the family that lives in the mansion up on Fairmont? Mr. Prescott and his son Jimmy, who own like half the businesses in town? More than half, Kyle agreed. Which ones? Does he own the GameStop? The only store in Drisking I really cared about. I don't know about that one. Kyle wound a lock around the 4 bikes and clicked the bar into place, then spun the numbers on the dial. But like the hardware store, the pharmacy, Glitton's on 2nd, and the newspaper. Did they start this town? I asked. The mining started the town. I think they... I want to go home. Parker had been so quiet I completely forgot that he was there. You can't go home, Kyle rolled his eyes. Bob said I have to bring you. Now come on, it's only a 2-mile walk. I want to take my bike, Parker answered. Too bad, we're going off the trail. I don't want to go. I'll stay with the bikes. Don't be such a wussy. I'm not! Kyle, be nice, Kimber hissed. He's only 5. I'm 6, Parker objected. I'm sorry, 6. You're 6, Kimber smiled at him. All right, fine. He can hold your hand if he wants. But he's coming. Kyle turned and started up the trail. Parker's face fell into an undignified frown, but when the charming Kimber stuck her hand out and wiggled her fingers at him, he took it. Kyle was right. It wasn't a long walk, only a half a mile down the road, then another half-mile hike on the well-tread path up the mountain. It was a steep climb, though, and by the time we got to the treehouse, I was winded. So, what do you think? Kyle asked excitedly. I studied the tree as I caught my breath. It's pretty awesome, I smiled. And it was. They hadn't lied. The treehouse was the biggest I'd ever seen. It had multiple rooms, and there was actually curtains in the windows. A sign above the door said, Ambercott Fort, and a rope ladder hung below the threshold, missing several planks. I'm going up first, yelled Parker, but Kimber caught his arm. You have to do the ceremony first, or you'll disappear, she reminded him. That'd be fine with me, Kyle grumbled. I was eager to get into the fort myself. Give me the knife, I held up my hand. Kyle smiled and dug the switchblade out of his pocket. There's some space at the back to carve your name. I opened up the knife and walked around the tree looking for an empty spot. There were so many names on the tree that I had to crouch down and look near the bottom since I couldn't reach any higher. I spotted both Kyle and Kimber's carved names on the tree, and I finally found a spot I liked near the ladder. I bit my tongue and carved Sam W. into a blank piece of bark underneath someone named Paul S. Parker went next, but had so much trouble with the knife that Kyle had to do it for him. "All right, let's go." I ran over to the rope ladder. "Wait," Kyle yelled. "I have to say the words first." "Oh yeah, okay, what are they?" Kimber sang them out. "Underneath the triple tree, there is a man who waits for me, and should I go or should I stay, my fate's the same. Either way." "That's creepy," I said. "What does it mean?" Kimber shrugged. "No one knows anymore. It's just tradition." "Okay. Can you say it one more time, slower?" Once Parker and I had recited the poem, we were ready to go. I climbed the rope ladder first and took stock of my new surroundings. The treehouse was more or less empty. Just a dirty rug here and there, and some trash, old soda cans, beer cans, and fast food wrappers. I went room to room, 4 in total, and found nothing of real interest until the last one. An old mattress lay in the corner, and piles of musty, ripped clothing scattered the floor. "Did a hobo live here?" I asked. "Nah, this room has been like this for as long as I can remember," Kyle said from the doorway behind me. "It smells gross," I said. Kimber walked up to the threshold, but refused to go any further. "It's not the smell that freaks me out. It's that." She pointed up to the ceiling, and I raised my eyes to read what was written there. "Road to the gates of hell. Mile marker 1. "What does it mean?" I asked. "It's just older kids being dicks," Kyle said. "Come on, I'll show you the best part of the treehouse." We walked back into the first room, and Parker looked up at us and smiled, pointing down to what he'd clumsily carved into the wooden floor. "Fart," Kyle read. "That's hilarious, Parker." He rolled his eyes, but his little brother didn't pick up on the sarcasm and smiled proudly. Kimber sat down on the floor next to Parker, and I sat on his other side. Kyle took the knife from his brother and then walked across the room and wedged the blade between 2 planks of wooden wall. He pushed, and the board gave, opening up a small secret compartment in the wall. Kyle took something out and pushed the plank back in until it was flush with the others. "Check it out." He turned around and proudly held up 2 cans of Miller Lite beer. "Whoa," I said. "Ew, warm beer? That's gross. How did you even know it was there?" Kimber asked. "Phil Saunders told me." "Are we gonna drink it?" I asked. "Hell yeah, we're gonna drink it." Kyle came and sat down in our circle, popped open the first beer and offered it to Kimber. She eyed it like he was trying to hand her a dirty diaper. "Come on, Kimmy. Don't call me that!" She yelled at him, then reluctantly took the open beer. She smelled it and made a face, then pinched her nose and took a small swig. Kimber shuddered. "That's even grosser than I imagined." "I don't want any! I'll tell Mom!" Parker said quickly as the beer passed in front of him to me. "Good, 'cause you ain't getting any," Kyle promised, "and you won't tell Mom shit." I put on my best poker face and took a long, deep swallow of the warm beer before I had the chance to smell it. It was a poor decision, and when I retched, the foul yellow liquid went all over my shirt. Oh man, now I'm gonna smell like beer. We spent the next hour and a half drinking the 2 cans of Miller Lite, and after a while, the taste grew more tolerable. I couldn't tell if I was becoming a man, or actually getting drunk. I hoped it was the former. When the last drop of the last beer was consumed, we spent 20 minutes trying to determine if we were drunk. Kyle assured us that he was wasted, while Kimber wasn't sure. I didn't think I was, but I failed all of our drunk tests. Kimber was in the middle of reciting the alphabet backwards when a loud, metallic grinding suddenly pierced the calm mountain air like a gunshot. Kimber stopped talking, and we spent a few minutes staring at each other, waiting for the noise to end. Parker curled into Kimber and put his hands over his ears. After what seemed like a whole 10 minutes, the sound ended as suddenly as it had begun. "What was that?" I asked, and Parker mumbled something into Kimber's sweatshirt. "Do you guys know?" I tried again. Kimber stared at her feet as she crossed and uncrossed them. Well? It's nothing, Kyle answered finally. We hear it sometimes in town. It's not a big deal. It's just louder up here. But what's making that sound? Borrasca, Kimber whispered without taking her eyes off her feet. Who's that? I asked. Not who. Where? Kyle answered. It's a place. Another town? No, it's just a place in the woods. Oh. Bad things happen there, Kimber said, more to herself than to me. Like what? Bad things, Kimber repeated. Yeah, don't ever try to find it, dude, Kyle said behind me, or bad things will happen to you too. But like, what bad things? I turned around. Kyle shrugged and Kimber stood up and walked over to the rope ladder. We'd better go. I have to get home to my mom, she said. We climbed down the ladder one by one and then started to walk back to the trailhead in an unfamiliar silence. I was dying of curiosity about Borrasca, but couldn't decide if and what to ask about it. So, who lives there? Where? Kyle asked. Borrasca. The skin man, Parker answered. Pfft, Kyle laughed. Only babies believe that. What, like men who are skinned? Like their skin is gone? I asked excitedly. Yeah, that's what some kids say. Most of us stopped believing in that, though, when we turned double digits, Kyle said. I looked back at Kimber, who was still 9 like me, but she was staring down the trail, ignoring us. That seemed to be the end of the conversation, and by the time we reached our bikes, the awkwardness was gone, and we were giggling, trying to decide if we were too drunk to bike home. School started 2 days later, and I'd completely forgotten about Borrasca. When my dad pulled up the curb to drop me off that morning, he locked the doors before I could get out. Not so fast, he laughed. As your father, I get the privilege of giving you a hug and telling you to have a good first day of school. But Dad, I gotta go meet Kyle by the flag before the first bell. And you will, but give me a hug first. In a few years, you'll be driving yourself to school. Let me be your dad while I still can. Fine, I said, exacerbated, and leaned over to give my dad a quick hug. Thank you. Now go meet your friend. Your mom will be waiting here to pick you up at 3:40. I know, Dad. Why can't I take the bus like Whitney? When you're 12, you can take the bus. He smiled and unlocked the doors. Until then, I get to drop you off in the mornings. If you think it'll make you look cooler, you can ride in the back seat behind the cage. Dad, just don't. I threw open the door of the cruiser before he could say anything more and ran as he laughed behind me. Kyle was already waiting for me at the flagpole, and he found Kimber too. Dude, you almost missed the bell, he yelled at me when he first saw me. I know, sorry. Whose class are you in? Kimber asked. She was wearing a red sweater and leggings with frogs on them. Her curly orange hair was brushed into little ringlets, and her lips were pink and shiny. She'd never looked prettier, and I was surprised to realize I'd never really seen Kimber as a girl. Mr. Diamonds. Me too, she said cheerfully. Lucky, Kyle scoffed. I'm with Mrs. Verdi. Only 2 fourth-grade teachers, and I get the crappy one. Kimber grimaced. Yeah, my mom had her when she was a kid. What's wrong with her? What did she say? Just that she's strict and gives out homework on the weekends. On the weekends? Fuck! Excuse me, Mr. Landy. I immediately recognized the tall man that had suddenly appeared behind the white-faced Kyle. Sorry, sir. I meant Dag. Kimber giggled. I'm sure you did. He nodded. Hi, Sheriff Clary. Even though I had only met him a few times, I liked my dad's boss, and he liked me. Oh, hello, Sammy. Are you excited for your first day? Sheriff Clary crossed his arms in front of him and widened his stance imposingly, but gave me a wide smile. Yes, sir, I said, and then added lamely, what are you doing here? I'm giving a presentation to the 5th and 6th graders about safety when walking to and from school. Yeah, he gives it every year, Kyle muttered. Cool, I smiled. Sheriff Clary nodded at me and then turned and walked away. I looked around, confused. Where's Kimber? She took off. She's annoyingly on time to everything. And as if to illustrate his point, the bell rang. We both ran up the stairs and inside. I walked into class and saw Kimber had saved me a spot next to her at the back. Mr. Diamond, a short, round man of 40 or so, nodded at me when I came in. Mr. Walker, I presume. Yeah, that's me, I mumbled as I rushed past him to the desk to Kimber. Welcome to Drisking Elementary, and for the rest of you, welcome back. Go Grizzlies! The class echoed a reluctant and subtle, Go Grizzlies! Kimber introduced me to the other kids in the class throughout the morning. Most of them were nice, if sort of underwhelmed by me. They said their hellos and asked where I was from, and the conversations usually ended with an unimpressed, okay. A group of girls who sat near the front snuck looks at each other all morning and snickered. I asked Kimber who they were, and she just shrugged. During our second break, they came up and talked to me. Are you friends with Kimber DeStaro? A tall, dark-haired girl asked me. Yeah, I answered, and looked over at Kimber. She was watching me with worried eyes. Are you related to her? No. I didn't think so, because you don't have orange hair. I didn't know what to say. You don't have to be friends with her, you know, said the second girl with the oddly round face. I want to be friends with her. The third girl behind the other two snorted. She had pretty auburn hair and a rude upturned nose. Well, if you do, you're going to be in the ugly kid group, the first girl warned. And once you're in that group, you can't leave it. Ever. Better than the bitch group, I said. Rude nose and round face gasped, but dark hair smiled. We'll see, she said as the three returned to their corner of the room. I sat back down next to Kimber, feeling like a badass. It was the first time I'd ever used a swear word in front of anybody, other than Kyle. What did they say to you? Kimber asked nervously. They said that you're too pretty to be near them and that you would make them look gross, so we have to stay away from them. Liar, Kimber answered, but I could tell she was smiling. We met Kyle in the cafeteria at lunch, and he had nothing but bad things to say about his morning. Mrs. Verdi was old and mean, and she made everyone come up and say something about themselves even though the class only had 14 kids, and they all knew each other. When the bell rang for recess, I went to throw my lunch away with Kyle, and I bumped into a kid I hadn't seen before. Hey, are you Sam Walker? The kid asked. Yeah? Oh, your sister's dating my brother. Oh, man, your sister is dating a Whittaker, Kyle laughed. Shut up, Kyle, the kid grumbled. She's gonna be Whitney Whittaker. As funny as it was, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. Not that I hadn't been paying attention, but I'd only seen Whitney out of her room once over the summer. Where did she meet him? I asked the Whittaker kid. I don't know, probably at his job. His job? Where? He works at Drisking Water. It didn't make any sense to me, but I shrugged it off. I did remember my mom giving Whitney some menial tasks, like getting the car washed and, setting up some utilities to get her out of the house. Maybe she met him once and they started dating over text. Teenagers are weird. The rest of the school week followed much like the first. We were all into the first month and I heard someone mention the Skin Men again. We were out on the playground and Kyle and I were trying to start a fire with 2 large wood chips. I had just given myself a splinter when the distant sound of metal grinding on metal flooded over the playground, silencing every one of us. Borrasca, I said in awe. Yep, said Philip Saunders. The Skin Men kill again. Hey, Kyle said only babies believed in Skin Men. I threw an accusatory look at Kyle. They do. Phil's just stupid. I am not. Ask Danielle, she's seen them. Phil scanned the playground, then yelled at the blonde girl talking to Rude Nose. Hey, Danielle, come here. The blonde girl rolled her eyes, but came skipping over anyway. What do you want? I told you Kayla doesn't like you, Philip. No, tell them about the Skin Men. Phil gestured to the air around us, which was filled with the metallic scraping coming from down the mountain. You tell them. No, you saw them, so you tell them. I didn't see them. Paige saw them. Oh, Phil said, and an uncomfortable silence descended. You guys are weird, Danielle said, before flipping her hair in our faces and leaving. Who's Paige? I asked when she's gone. Her sister, Phil said. Paige disappeared when we were like 5, Kyle said. After she saw the Skin Men, Phil added. The sound from the mountain abruptly ended, and the subdued atmosphere of the playground disappeared with it. When the bell rang, Kyle lined up in his class line, and since Phil was in my class, I made sure that I was behind him. The teacher began to count us off. "Hey, what do you know about Borrasca?" Ike whispered to him. "My brother said, that's where people go when they disappear. To Borrasca." "What happens to them there?" "Bad things," he said, and then shushed me when I asked him what that meant. The year dragged on, and it wasn't until Christmas break that I heard the machine at Borrasca again. It was December, and there was a thick blanket of snow on the ground, which only served to amplify the noise from the mountain. I sat in my room listening to it for a few minutes, trying to decide what was happening in the place that bad things happen. I saw my dad's cruiser pull up out the window and went down the stairs to greet him. As I passed my sister's door, I heard her giggling in that annoying teenager girl kind of way, and I cringed. I hoped Kimber never got like that. "Dad!" I skidded on the ground just as he opened the door. My dad stomped the snow off of his boots and threw open his arms. "Sammy! How many years has it been?" he joked. It was true. I hadn't seen much of my dad lately since he was working so much. Doing what? I didn't know, since this was the quietest, lamest town ever. Mom thought the sheriff was grooming Dad for his job since Clary was so old, and Dad never really agreed or disagreed with him. He'd only been in the department 7 months after all, and he doubted people in the county would vote for him. "Hey, Dad, do you hear that? That, machine-sounding noise?" "Yep. I hear it in town every now and then. Do you know what it is?" "I asked the sheriff about it, and he told me that the noise comes from private property up in the Ozarks." "Is the property called Borrasca?" I asked quickly. "I have no idea." "Borrasca? Where'd you hear that?" I shrugged. "Kids at school." "Well, it's nothing to worry about, Sammy. Probably just some logging equipment." "But is the place called Borrasca? Have you heard that name before?" "No, I have not heard that before." Dad pulled his boots off and shrugged off his coat, looking towards the kitchen. I could tell I was losing him. "Have you ever heard of the Skinned Men?" I asked quickly. "Skinned Men? Good God, Sam, is your sister telling you all these stories?" "No." But he wasn't listening to me anymore. "Whitney!" he yelled up the stairs. "No, Dad, Whitney doesn't even talk to me," I repeated. I heard the door creak open upstairs, and Whitney peered out over the railing, phone in hand, and an annoyed look on her face. "Are you trying to scare your brother?" Dad demanded. "Dad, no!" I said again. Whitney shot me a betrayed look. "Ugh, seriously? As if I'd waste my time." "You aren't telling him stories about skin men?" "No, Dad, I told you, I heard it at school," I said. Whitney gestured at me as if to say, "See?" "All right, well, you kids need to start getting along. Your family, for Christ's sake." Whitney rolled her eyes, and when Dad walked into the kitchen, she stuck her tongue out at me. "Real mature, Whitney," I yelled up, but she was already gone. "I'll tell Dad about your boyfriend." Christmas came and went with surprising smoothness at our house. Whitney and I got everything that we had on our list, which was a first for us. The town may be smaller, but Dad's paychecks were clearly better. I wore my new Rams parka on the first day back to school after Christmas break. Kyle fawned over it, and Kimber showed off the blue pearl necklace her mom had gotten her for Christmas. Kyle and I feigned interest, but did it poorly. Kimber knew, but just seemed happy that we cared enough to fake it. As we said goodbye to Kyle for the morning, Kimber was suddenly slammed from the side. Kyle caught her before she fell, and I spun around angrily to see dark-haired girl, whose name I'd learned was Phoebe Dranger, laughing and walking away from us with round-faced girl. "You're bad people who make poor life choices," Kyle yelled at them. "When I'm your boss someday, I'll make you clean bathrooms." "Yeah, and if Kyle's your boss, you know you messed up," I added. Kyle and I high-fived and turned to Kimber, but she wasn't sharing our victory. She was trying to hide the tears on her face. "Look, don't sweat those girls, Kimber. Nobody likes them. People are just nice to them because they're related to the Prescotts." Kyle tried to give her an awkward pat on the back, but Kimber turned away from him and ran in the opposite direction. "I hate those girls. I really hate them," I said. "I know, they're bitches," Kyle answered. mouthing the last word as he looked over his shoulder for any lurking adults. I'd better get to class and make sure she doesn't try and talk to her again. There's an assembly this morning, no class until after lunch. Seriously? That's awesome! Do we have to sit by class? Not usually, but we better get there quick so that we get seats at the back, Kyle said as we started walking. What's the assembly for? I asked. It's either DARE or the History Society presentation. What's DARE? You know, DARE. As in, don't you dare do drugs or you're grounded until you're dead? Oh. I hope it's the history thing then. We found Kimber already in the auditorium. She'd collected herself and saved us both seats at the back of the room. She waved us over, just as the puffy, stern Mrs. Verdi walked onto the stage. Hello, 4th grade students. This morning we have a special presentation for you from the Historic Preservation Society of Drisking. If you have questions during the course of the lecture, please raise your hand. Like that'll happen, Kyle laughed. Now I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Wyatt Dowding, Miss Catherine Scanlon, and of course, Mr. James Prescott. What? Jimmy Prescott and not his dad? That's so weird, Kimber whispered. Dude, Thomas Prescott has done this presentation like every year for like 20 years, Kyle said. It's definitely weird. It's not weird, whispered Mike Sutton from behind us. He leaned forward. Tom Prescott went crazy like a year ago. He didn't do the presentation last year and my sister was here either. I don't like Jimmy Prescott. Kimber shook her head. He gives me the heebie-jeebies. His dad is so much nicer. He's like a grandpa. The presentation went slow and boring. Mr. Dowding and Miss Scanlon talked about the first settlers here, the Cherokee, and the Trail of Tears. They talked about Alexander Drisking's discovery of a motherlode of ore in the mountains and settling here with his family to mine and refine the iron. Then James Prescott took the stage from there to tell the story of his family's early journey to the town and their role in revitalizing of Drisking itself in the late 50s. The last part was the most interesting of it all, and I found Jimmy Prescott to be infallibly charismatic and entertaining. I was so busy laughing at his jokes and hanging on every word that by the end of his presentation, I realized I'd actually learned quite a bit. So much so that I was interested enough to ask a question, which Kyle warned was committing social suicide. Mr. Prescott scanned the room and answered a few other questions before he finally got to me in the back. Yes, you in the back. Mr. Prescott, why did the mines close? Like, what happened? I asked. Very good question, young man. What did you say your name was? Sam. Walker. I believe I met your father the other day at the sheriff's office. Welcome to Drisking. As for your questions, most of the mines were closed in 1951 after a long period of unprofitability. The mountain had simply ran out of iron ore. The mills and refineries were abandoned and the town suffered for years. The miners and their families moved away, stores went out of business, schools closed, and Drisking became a ghost town. That would have been the end of it if it weren't for stubborn families like mine who refused to leave. We refused to give up on the town, and after many, many years of hard work, Drisking became the picturesque little haven in the Ozarks that it is today. I hope that answered your question. I sat back down, and Kyle shook his head at me. Bro. The assembly suffered through another 15 minutes of awkward Q&As until Mrs. Verdi finally cut us loose. We were released into the cafeteria to wait for the lunch lines to open. Kyle, Kimber, and I sat in our usual corner. That was so boring, Kyle whined. When are they going to figure out that no one cares about Drisking's history? Seriously, I fell asleep like 3 times. Kimber nudged me. Sam seemed to care, she teased. I just wanted to know about the mines. Mines are creepy. That's all. Yeah, but all our mines were blown up. You can't go in them anymore, Kyle said. Blown up? I asked. Kimber nodded. Some kids died after going to the mines, so the city set off some controlled blasts to implode the caverns. At least that's what my mom said. They messed up though, and I heard they blew up the water table or poisoned it or something. What? How do you know that? Kyle asked. Kimber shrugged. I heard my dad talking about it. Did they use C4 or something? I guess. So, like, we all drink the water. So we all have C4 in our bodies, and we could explode at any minute, Kyle said excitedly. Do you think that's what happened to all the missing people? I asked him, just sitting there one day, and boom! Yeah, dude, Kyle grabbed my shoulder, and that's where the skid bed came from. I made the international symbol of mind blown, and we laughed hysterically. You guys are dumb, Kimber rolled her eyes, but then she laughed when Kyle fell to the floor pretending he was exploding. I remember thinking that moment that I was happy here in Drisking, Missouri, with these two people, happier than I'd ever been anywhere else. It was the last truly happy moment I ever had. Less than an hour later, Mr. Diamond's phone rang, and he exchanged a few quiet words with the person on the other end, his eyes flicking to and from my desk. It was hard to be surprised then, when he hung up and asked me to come to the front. When I got there, he told me my mom was waiting for me in the office and I was going home for the day. I traded a confused and worried look with Kimber and then packed my backpack and went to the office. When I got there, my mom was crying. We drove home in strained silence. I was too afraid to ask what was wrong. Mom parked the car a block from our house, which was blocked in by several police cars. When an explanation didn't come, I broke the silence myself. Is it Dad? I said quietly, holding back tears. No, honey, Dad is fine, she whispered. Then what happened? Whitney never made it to school this morning. Her voice broke over my sister's name. Oh, no, Mom, I think she ditched, I said quickly. I saw her leave this morning and it was really early, like 6. She was with her friend, Pete Whittaker, and that kid, Taylor. We know about all that, Sam, but they made it to school and Whitney wasn't with them. They said that she wanted to stop by the Circle K near Drisking High, so they left her there. And no one has seen her since. Well, my brain struggled to come up with an explanation. Maybe she's ditching. No, honey. My mom put the car back in drive and drove up to our house, parking behind a police cruiser. The police, as well as your father, think that Whitney is with Jay. But she has a new boyfriend here. We found all her books on the floor of her room this morning and half of her clothes gone along with some cash of your dad's. But right now we think that she's hitched a ride to St. Louis and that she's with Jay. The sheriff's office is trying to contact the boy's parents now. Whitney, run away. Anyone who knew my sister knew that she was prone to dramatics and empty threats. Plus, she was dating Chris Whittaker's older brother, Pete. I was sure of it. We walked up the steps and into a house filled with stale coffee and quiet murmurs. I tried to remember if Whitney herself had ever actually confirmed that she was dating Pete. But I drew a blank. When we walked into the kitchen, I saw my father sitting at the table, staring at phone records, head in hand. He looked up when I came into the room and gave me a weak smile. Hey, buddy. Dad, I have to tell you something. I felt a heavy hand on my shoulder and turned to look up at a solemn Sheriff Cleary. Everything and anything you might know, son, no matter how trivial you think it is. I nodded and sat down at the table with my dad as my mom handed the big man a cup of coffee. Here you go, Sheriff, she said weakly. Please, Mrs. Whittaker, call me Killian. My mother nodded and retreated back into a darkened corner to talk quietly with Sheriff Cleary's wife, Grace. What do you know, Sam? My dad asked as he rested his chin in his hand, in a mock symbol of prayer, as though I may deliver him from his suffering. Well, I heard Whitney had a boyfriend. The guy, Pete Whittaker, that she's been hanging out with, and I saw them and Taylor Dranger leave this morning before me. What time do they leave? Asked the sheriff. I don't know, like before 6? He nodded. That matches the statement of Taylor Dranger and the Whittaker boy. My father's head sunk lower into his hands, and I knew I let him down. But, I rushed, I don't think that she went back to St. Louis because she was dating Pete, and I don't think that she wanted to be with her boyfriend back home anymore. I understand that, son, but a teenage girl's mind is a complicated thing. My officers are trying to get a hold of the boyfriend's family back in St. Louis. Cleary nodded to my father. Now, why don't you head up to your room and let us work, Samuel? I looked up at him in surprise. What? No, I want to stay down here. I can help. No, son. There's nothing more that you can do here. You've been a good brother. Now, let us handle this. But I can help! You already have. Dad! I looked over at my dad with begging eyes. Go to your room, Sam, he said quietly after a moment. I balked. Dad. Now. I was so angry. I did the only thing that I could do to make my rage known. I stomped upstairs, I slammed the door, and then sat on my bed in disbelief. The tears came then, and I laid there, feeling helpless, worthless, scared for my sister. I thought about all the places Whitney could be. Was she scared? Was she alone? Was she dead? When the sun began to set, I finally got out of bed and went to check my email. I was expecting lots of messages from Kimber and Kyle, but there was only one. Did she go to the treehouse? I sat there staring at the computer screen for almost a minute. Kimber's words from last fall echoed in my brain. If you enter the treehouse without the proper ceremony, you'll disappear, and then you'll die. I didn't buy that Whitney had gone to Circle K that morning, and I especially didn't believe that she'd hitchhiked out of town. Nothing they were saying downstairs made any sense if you knew my sister, but maybe this did. Maybe she and her boyfriend went to the treehouse to make out or something, and maybe he'd left her there. Maybe she'd gotten lost, or maybe the skin men had found her. That was the worst thought of all. I didn't need to sneak out because the police were too busy with my parents to care about me anyway. I snuck my bike out of the garage and rode the 3 miles to the West Rim Prescott Ore Trail. When I got there, I saw 2 bikes already locked to the signpost, and my 2 best friends sitting in the snow next to them. I knew you'd come, Kyle said when I pulled my bike up and Kimber ran up to hug me. I'm so sorry, Sam. There was really nothing for me to say, and they didn't push. Kimber took my arm, and we started up the trail. The silence between us was stretched, but comfortable. We trudged through the snow, and all the while, I searched for the telltale footprints of others. But the snow was coming too fast. The hike up the mountain was harder and wetter than when we'd come in the fall, and when Ambercott Fort finally came into view over the ridge, it was a welcome sight. The sun was getting low, and we hadn't brought flashlights. I ran as far up to the tree, calling my sister's name to the quiet wild. Kyle was right behind me, and I leapt impressively onto the rope ladder, climbing quickly up the planks. I kept calling Whitney's name, waiting for Kyle to yell that he'd found her or that there was at least some sign of her. And then I heard Kimber quietly say my name from where she stood at the triple tree. I ran over and tried to follow her eyes to confirm what I already knew was there. And then I found it. Freshly carved near the top. Whitney M. My breath froze in my chest, and my vision blurred with unwelcome tears. And as the sun took its last desperate breath before plunging into the deep of the horizon, a deafening metallic whir sang out from the wilderness and spilled down the mountainside. Underneath the triple tree, there is a man who waits for me. And should I go, or should I stay? My fate's the same, either way. Good morning. The words faded back into the ether, and I awoke with a start. Jimmy Prescott was lounging against the wall near the door, an amused yet disapproving look on his face. "Shit, sorry, Mr. Prescott, I didn't hear you come in. You know, I worked here when I was a kid, too. I installed the bell on the door for this very reason. Didn't seem to wake you up, though," he laughed. I mumbled another apology and idly straightened a stack of business cards in front of me. "Late night?" Kinda. Very. "I hope you weren't out at all the bonfires with all the other underage drinkers." "No, sir." "Yep." "Good. Anyway, I'm just here for my lunch. I'll take a Parmesan chicken with avocado and rye." "Yes, sir." Happy that the conversation was over, I walked over to the sandwich counter and unwound the twisty tie from the rye bread. Jimmy Prescott stepped back from the counter and idly studied the picture on the wall. Though he'd seen them 1,000 times before, more of the photos were of the Prescott family, taken over the last century. I'd always thought it odd decor, but then the shop was named after them after all. "Is Mira here?" Prescott asked as I wrapped up his sandwich. "She's in the back." "Ah, I thought she'd still be in St. Louis. Well, when you're finished, would you mind getting her for me?" "Shit." "Yes, sir." I handed him his sandwich and went to the back to find Mira. She was in the office, furiously punching the keys on her accounting calculator. Mira, Jimmy Prescott is out front. He wants to talk to you." She turned and gave me a dubious look. "Did he say what about?" I shook my head. "Okay," she sighed. "You can go home for the day, Sam." "But, are you sure?" I still had 3 hours on the clock. "He's the only customer we've had since we opened. Don't worry. I'll pay you for the whole day, kiddo." "Thanks, Mira. Good luck, I guess." I gave her a sympathetic shrug, and she patted my arm. I didn't know how she did it. Mira was perhaps the most burdened and stressed out woman in all of Drisking, but she never failed to be unbelievably kind. There was a hopelessness about her, a sadness that she hid very well. I left the store out the back door, so I wouldn't have to see Jimmy Prescott again. His weird, yellowed amber eyes always set me on edge. Not to mention, he was a total tool. I hopped in my car and texted Kyle that I was off work. He answered immediately and told me to come meet him. I happily whipped my apron off over my head and threw the car into reverse. Crystal Lake was my favorite place in all of Driskin. I had to park almost a mile away since the lake was so packed. I eventually found Kyle and Kimber sitting on a rock that jutted out over the beach. Kimber was sunbathing in a blue floral bikini, and Kyle was wearing his "no one can tell where my eyes are looking" sunglasses. "What'd I miss?" I asked, sitting next to Kimber. "Not much," she answered, stretching and sitting up. "Just more beer." She dug into the cooler behind her and tried to hand me a Blue Moon. "Ugh, no," I waved my hand away. "Got any Excedrin?" "Oh no," Kimber gave her "I'm sorry" pout. "Okay then, I'll just take those sunglasses." I held out my hand to Kyle, who looked back at it in horror. "What?" "No, fuck off." "Oh, come on, Kyle, give him your sunglasses. Sam didn't get to sleep off his hangover like we did." I smiled at Kyle, and he tightened his lips. We both knew exactly what I was doing. Kimber stroked Kyle's arm in encouragement. "Please?" she asked. "Fine," he said, and shoved his blue blockers at me. I put them on and sat back, turning my head to watch the girls on the beach below. Phoebe Dranger, dark-haired girl, was there lying on a towel next to Roundface and giggling. It still seemed unnatural to me to see the two of them without Rude Nose. The three had been inseparable, working as fluidly together as the gears in a watch, until Christy had fallen in love with some college kid and run away. "So, why'd you get out of work early anyway?" Kyle asked. "Prescott came in." "Ew," Kimber squirmed. "He totally freaks me out. He's been staring at me since, 5th grade. "Next time he stares at you, let him know I'll knock him the fuck out." Kyle has always been protective over Kimber, but ever since they'd started dating, it got 10 times more unbearable. Kimber winked at him. "So, what did he want, Sam?" "He wanted to talk to Mira. Probably about the sandwich shop." "You mean about how no one goes there and the business should be closed years ago, but it won't because Prescotts are stubborn and vain?" Kyle said. "Yeah, probably. I mean, she looked pretty worried. I can count on one hand how many sandwiches I've sold in the past month." "Ouch," Kimber grimaced. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's going to get chewed out. I really don't like that guy. I thought about the squirmy, yellow-eyed freak yelling at sweet little Mira, and it made my blood boil. You should have met his dad, Kyle snorted. He was a piece of work. His dad? Yeah, Tom Prescott, Kimber said. The family put him in a home a few towns over. Why is he in a home? I heard he got dementia, and he was embarrassing the family in public, Kyle said. I heard that too. Kimber brushed her long curls off of her shoulder. I always liked Tom Prescott. It was a pretty shitty thing to do. Hey kids! We turned in unison to see Phil Saunders come stomping out of the bushes behind us, with Mike Sutton following behind. So, this is where the cool people hang out, high above the kingdom, on Pride Rock. Shut up, Mike, Kyle said, ignoring Phil, who he disliked ever since Phil had briefly dated Kimber. Phil was either unaware of or uninterested in Kyle's feelings. Of course, they may also have been because Phil was stoned out of his mind most of the time. And now was no exception. They sat down next to us and Mike offered me his pipe. You want to hit this? I did want to hit it, and pretty badly too. I reached up and grabbed it, but Phil swatted my hand away. Careful, guy, you don't want to get the sheriff's son high. For fuck's sake, Mike. Mike nodded knowingly and shoved the pipe back into his pocket. I scowled. Really? Sorry, Sam. Hell, the only reason I'm even smoking around you is because today is my cousin's death anniversary and I don't give a shit about anything else. Your cousin Hannah? Kimber asked with a sympathetic look. Yeah. 5 years she's been gone. Too many people disappear in these woods, man, Mike said as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. Yeah, man. You know, sometimes when I'm high, I can see them all, and I feel like I know the answer to the mystery, man. Like, I'm so close to solving it, it's just something I can see. Like they're all puzzle pieces, and in my mind, I see the puzzle put together, but I can't tell what the picture is of, you know? You're fucking high, Saunders, Kyle said. We all are, man. We all are. Everyone in this town is drinking the fucking Kool-Aid. Kimber raised an eyebrow at him, but said nothing. Everyone except the dead ones. I can see what they looked like before they went to the ground, or is it the grounder? Shit, I don't know, man, Mike said to the space in front of him. Yeah, I see all those people, Hannah, Paige, Jason, Metley. Hell, I even see your sister, Walker. Kyle, who I knew had been monitoring this conversation from mention of this very thing, sprang to his feet and opened his mouth to yell at Phil. Nah, Whitney Walker ran away to St. Louis, remember? Mike said. I saw Kyle and Kimber exchange a quick look as I tried to remain impassive from behind the blue lockers. That true, man? Phil asked. And there it was. I knew Kyle and Kimber had always wondered what I thought about Whitney and if I'd ever accepted the official statement that she and Jay had run away together. They were kind enough not to bring it up, but I knew they wanted to know what I believed, what I thought had really happened. I loved them both, and I wanted to talk to them about it, but I just couldn't. Everyone thought that I had spent the last 7 years quietly grieving, and that I had put the incident behind me. At least, that's what I tried to show them. The truth was, I'd never given up on Whitney. I'd waited years for Jay to show up on social medias, and when I finally found him last year, I'd been devastated. I'd always hoped the official report was right, and that Whitney was somewhere far away from here, alive and happy with Jay Bauer. But his MySpace page showed a thriving teenager, still living at home with his parents. His ex-girlfriend Whitney, the furthest thing from his mind. When I'd brought the evidence to my dad, he read the page I'd printed off and then shut the door to his office with me on the other side. I heard him crying in there for hours as I waited for him to reopen the case and bring the smackdown on the Butler County Sheriff's Department. But justice had never come. And we never mentioned Jay Bauer again. For whatever reason, I never told Kyle and Kimber about any of that. Maybe it was because I was worried that they'd blow it off like my dad had, or maybe, and far more likely, I didn't want them to know how obsessed I had become with the Borrasca and the Skin Men. I knew as assuredly as the sun would rise tomorrow that Whitney's death had happened at there, just like all the others who'd gone to the Triple Tree. I was suddenly very aware of 4 pairs of eyes staring at me. Yeah, it's true. She ran off with this guy Jay from our hometown, I answered. And that was enough for Kyle. All right, guys, seriously. He's the sheriff's kid. What do you think's gonna happen if he gets caught with weed? The little man is right, Phil. Let's bounce. I don't need any more trouble with the cops around here, Mike said. Later, Walker. Kimber, little man. Phil stood up, brushed off his pants, and jumped from the boulder onto the sandy beach below. He sprayed sand all over a couple of freshman girls who squealed and called him an unthoughtful ass. Phil tipped his invisible hat to them and said, "Ladies, we're walking off." Mike followed him down, and as I watched them make their way down the beach, I became aware of the conversation going on behind me. "I didn't say I wanted to go. I said I had to go," Kimber said. "It's only 2 o'clock, and it's Sunday." "I know, but my parents have been fighting a lot lately. I don't want to leave my mom alone too long." "I thought she was doing better." "A little, but she's still depressed, Kyle." "Do you want to stay over at my place tonight?" Kimber's voice dropped to a whisper. "I don't think I'm ready for that yet." "Well, no, that's not what I meant. I'd sleep on the pullout in the basement, and you would have my room." Very awkward silence. "My parents love you, you know," he added. Kimber laughed. "I know. I just want to be there for my mom right now. But thank you, sweetie." And then the absolute disgusting sound of my best friends kissing. I would never get used to it. On that note, I'm out of here too. I stood up and gave them both a shaming look. "Oh, come on, Sam, don't be jealous. We'll find you a girlfriend someday," Kyle joked. "I really don't need your help with that," I muttered, glancing down the beach to where Emmeline Adler was sunbathing. "I'll see you guys tomorrow." "Last week of school!" Kimber yelled at my retreating back. Thank God. Tomorrow was the last Monday of the school year, and while I should have been thankful my sophomore year was ending, I wasn't. The summer meant no distractions, more time to think, and even more hours of boredom at Prescott Artisan Sandwiches. But I wasn't looking forward to tomorrow for another reason. Besides it being Monday, it was also sophomore ditch day. My dad had caught on to that several weeks ago and warned me to set a good example and go to school that day. Sometimes I really hated being the son of a cop. Kimber and Kyle were sympathetic and had offered to share in my misery. I had, of course, said yes, much to Kyle's sadness. As I'd expected, my dad was waiting for me when I got home. We shared a brief, strained conversation about our respective days. Then he finally got to it. "Remember, Sammy, we're cracking down on truancy this year. I want to see you in school tomorrow." "Yeah, I got it, Dad. And I hope I won't have to write a ticket to Kyle either," I sighed. "It's just a tradition. Even the teachers sort of encourage it. On Friday they said, I don't care what they said, Sam. Besides the fact that I'm the sheriff, I'm also your father and I want my son in school." I laughed and shook my head. What a joke. "I can't control what Kyle does. Fair enough. But you can control what you do." I said nothing, and Dad sighed. "It's almost over, Sam. Just get through these last 5 days, and you could be done with school for a few months." "Fine." I walked out of the kitchen and rudely ended the conversation. I climbed the stairs and passed by Whitney's door on the way to my room. The light was on, and silence was behind it. I knew my mother was in there. She was always in there, doing God knows what. I walked to my own room, shut the door behind me, and locked it. The next day at school ended up being more embarrassing than anything else. There were a few other people that hadn't skipped, maybe a total of 10 of us, and the looks they shot at me made it clear that my dad was the reason they were there. Kimber, great friend that she was, happily went to her classes like it was a normal day. Kyle attended all of my classes with me. The teachers, who had been looking forward to an easy day, couldn't have cared less. Just before lunch, an officer came around to all the classrooms and asked for copies of the attendance sheets. Dad really wasn't kidding about cracking down this year. I was going to get shit from people all summer. At lunch, Kyle and I went out to my car to smoke. Usually we were hidden by dozens of large pickup trucks, but today we were out in the open and vulnerable. I moved the car back to a shady corner of the parking lot and Kyle pulled out his bowl. "Did you text Kimber?" I asked him while he hit it. "Yeah," he said through tight lips as he let the smoke sit in his lungs and then blew it out all over my dashboard. "She went home around fourth period. She said her mom called her and she was going home to take care of her." "I don't know, man." "Doesn't her mom hate you?" I asked, taking my turn with the bowl. "Yeah, I mean, that's a fairly new development ever since Kimber and I started dating, but I'm pretty sure she's always hated me and just hid it before. Now that she's all depressed or whatever, she doesn't give a shit." It was hard to picture anyone hating Kyle. Why can't Kimber's dad take care of her? "I don't know." I hit the pipe again. "Hey man, let's not go back today," Kyle said. "You think?" I asked. "Yeah, I mean, you put in 4 periods, you've been a good son, and Officer Dickass has already come around and collected the attendance sheets." "Dickass? Really? You're better than that, man." "Officer... Ass... Dick?" "You're fucking baked, Kyle." "Seriously, man, let's go." I thought about it a second. Kyle was right. I'd done my duty as a son, and if I left now, I'd have enough time to go to GameStop before work. Fuck it. I turned on the ignition. Kyle sat up in his chair, rolled down the window to clear out the smoke. "Hey man, can you drop me by Kimber's?" "Sure, but how are you gonna get home?" "Can you come get me after work?" "What if her mom throws you out again?" Kyle rolled his eyes. "That was one time." "Why can't I just drop you at home and you can take your own car?" "It needs new tires." "New tires, of course." What Kyle really meant was that his insurance had lapsed and he didn't have any money for gas. He'd bought the car last summer after working double shifts at a convenience store for half a year. It was an okay car, newer, but I knew he'd only wanted it to impress Kimber, something he'd vehemently denied. Had it worked? Not in my opinion. They'd started dating in the fall and Kyle quit his job to spend more time with her. Kimber didn't seem like the kind of girl to be impressed by a Pontiac Bonneville, but Kyle was convinced that's how he won her over. I was sure all the car had really done was give him the confidence to ask her out, and now that its part in their romance ended, the car sat in the garage of the Landy home, collecting dust instead of memories. GameStop didn't have what I wanted, and neither did Drisking Games and Media. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to show up to work early, and hoped that Mira would let me leave early too. I parked in front and walked in the door. Unsurprised to see no one at the front counter. There were only 3 of us that worked at the shop, and sadly, I never got to see the other girl, Emmeline, who worked on the days I didn't. This was disappointing to me since she was half the reason I had applied there in the first place. I went into the back to tell Mira that I was there and found her slumped over her desk on a pile of receipts and paperwork. It wasn't an unusual way to find Mira, but something seemed different today. I immediately felt a disturbance in the force. But before I could run away, she turned towards me and I saw I was right to flee. Mira was crying. Are you... I'm sorry, she said quickly, wiping her eyes. Is it 4 already? No, it's 2:15. I just thought maybe if I came in early... All right, it's your ditch day. Mira wiped her eyes only to have them fill with tears again. I don't understand, Sam. This store has been operating in the red ever since I was hired to manage it. What am I doing wrong? I don't know, I offered lamely, the instinct to escape never stronger. No one comes in here. Ever. And Mr. Prescott refuses to let me put signs up to advertise. He says they're unsightly, but how does he expect me to pull in business? I need this job, Sam. God, I must have looked like a frightened deer, because when Mira glanced over at me, she seemed to suddenly collect herself. Go ahead and go out front. I'll do your time card. She didn't have to tell me twice. I really liked Mira, and I hated seeing her like this. The front didn't end up being much better. I could hear Mira crying over the store's dated music track. Her sobs went from painfully audible to muffled whimpers. and after half an hour I decided I had to do something. Since I was entirely unequipped to deal with an adult woman's emotions, I decided to call Mira's husband, Owen. He was thankfully at home and answered on the second ring. "Oh, I'll be right there." I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard a car pull up outside and saw the tall, girthy Owen get out of it. He walked in during a quiet lull in his wife's breakdown. "I'm sorry to call you at home, Mr. Daly. I just didn't know what else to do." "It's okay, Sam. You did the right thing." He looked tired, and I could see the situation wasn't new to him. Is she okay? I mean, will she be okay?" Yeah." He nodded. "We're just going through some things." "Oh. Mira said the store is going bankrupt, too." I winced as soon as the words were out of my mouth. "Yeah." Owen ran a hand through his hair. "That's part of it, although I don't think Jim is going to let that happen. Mira's more upset about..." He sighed. "Has Mira told you about her, appointments?" No. Well, we've been trying to get pregnant for years, long, painful years. It's just so goddamn important for her to have a baby, and she blames me for our problems." He walked around the room, staring at the pictures, not really talking to me anymore. "I understand why it's important to her. I just don't understand the obsession with it, Because she's the last one in her family, because she's the last McCasey on the planet. I mean, does she even realize that our baby won't be a McCasey? He'd be a Daly. I tell you, Sam, never marry a woman with a crazy father and 4 dead uncles. They develop these obsessions with lineage and 4 dead uncles. What? Oh yeah, the famous ones, the 4 brothers who died in the Drisking mines. That only left her dad. And her parents were only able to conceive her, which leaves her as the last McCasey and hope for the family line. So of course you see how this is all my fault. I looked at him blankly and sighed. "I'm sorry, kid. These aren't your problems, and they're way over your pay grade anyway. I'm just very stressed out these days." Our fertility issues and Mira's absolute abhorrence to our only other option. But how did they die? I was desperate to talk about anything else, and the story of Mira's uncles interested me. The McCasey boys? I don't really know. They died on the mountain somewhere. Oh, well, have you heard of the Skin Men? Skin Men? Yeah. I don't think so. What about Borrasca? Owen Daly squeezed his eyes shut and pushed in on his temples with his fingers. What does Borrasca have to do with anything? Owen? Mira's voice squeaked from the doorway. "Oh, baby, are you okay?" "Sam called the house. I wanted to it." "You do?" Owen said dubiously. "I called him." His eyes flicked over me and I immediately looked away. Another conversation I didn't want to be a part of. "Sam, why don't you take off for the day? Mira and I will handle things here." "Okay," I mumbled and bolted for the door. Once I was in my car and backing away, I called Kyle. "Dude, fucking weird shit is going down in this town." "What happened?" "I can't explain it over the phone. Where are you at?" "I'm at Kimber's. Are you off work?" "Yeah, I'm coming to get you." By at Kimber's, Kyle meant sitting on the curb in front of the house, kicked off the property again. When I pulled up, Kimber came out and met us at the curb. "I'm so sorry, Kyle," she said. "She's really upset today. She wouldn't even let me leave the house to sit with you." "It's okay. Don't worry about me. I just want to make sure that you and your mom are okay." "We're okay, and my dad will be home soon. Text us when you get home and we'll come get you," I said. "I wish I could, but I'm babysitting tonight until 7:30. Maybe after that?" "Sure." Kyle and Kimber hugged goodbye, and then Kimber rushed back to her house as something crashed inside. "So, what's going on?" Kyle asked, taking a drink of a warm Dr. Pepper sitting in my cup holder. "You're still wearing your apron, "Mira had a breakdown," I said, peeling it off. "Really? What happened?" I told Kyle the full story, giving particular attention to the 4 uncles. Yeah, the McCaseys, I heard of them. Didn't know Mira was one of them, though. I thought they were all dead." Yeah, she's the last one, so do you think that McCasey's deaths have anything to do with the other disappearances? It had been a while since I'd mentioned anything about Borrasca, and Kyle choked a little on the Dr. Pepper. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe if the disappearance started around the same time. How can we find that out? Maybe the cops? There have to be police reports. Okay, but what if I couldn't ask my dad? Kyle shook his head. I don't know then. What about, records? The Historical Society people, maybe. Oh yeah, he said, nodding. We could try them. They're over on 2nd. They share an office with Drisking Arts and Antiques. I made a U-turn and started back towards them. Hey, why are we doing this? I'd known the question was coming. I'd hoped to have more answers myself before I had given him one. Just, Whitney, was all I could say. Kyle didn't ask anything more. The Historic Preservation Society of Drisking was at the back of the building, and we had to walk through the antique shop as the owner, Mr. Dranger, eyed us warily. At the end of a short hallway, we found a small room with 2 desks pushed together. One was empty, and the other was stacked high with books and folders of loose paper. We could hear someone typing behind the stacks. I cleared my throat. Hello? A small woman popped up from behind the desk. I recognized her as the same woman who had given us a lecture in 5th grade. Hello, how can I help you boys? She asked, walking out to greet us. Yeah, I have a few questions about Drisking's, history, I guess. Oh, great. Is this for an end-of-the-year report? Have a seat, boys. She gestured at the empty chair sitting behind the other desk. I nodded at Kyle, and he sat down, looking uneasy. Yeah, it's for an essay that we have to write. Hey, I think you gave a lecture to us 7 years ago at school. Oh, yes. I gave that lecture every year with Mr. Prescott, she smiled. Yeah, it was you and, one other guy, too. A bald guy, Kyle said, shifting uncomfortably in the wooden chair. Yes, that was my fiancé, Wyatt Dowding. He passed several years ago. Oh, Kyle said. So, Miss, Scanlon. But you can call me Catherine, she said. Catherine. I tried. I hated calling adults by their first names. We want to know about the McCasey kids. Oh, Catherine said, shaking her head. A dark part of history there. But still history, nonetheless. Yeah. So, when did that happen? And how did they die? Kyle added. Well, they didn't die. I mean, certainly perished in the mines, but their bodies were never recovered, so we don't know the answer to that. I would think dehydration, starvation, and exhaustion killed them within days of getting lost down there. And to your second question, it was 1953, I believe. And the mines closed that year? Well, actually, the mines officially closed the year after. There was a legal spat between the city and the Prescott family who wanted to leave the mines open until the bodies were found. The city won, and the mines were condemned. Wait, why did the Prescotts care? Don't you want to write this down? Catherine asked. Kyle tapped his head twice with his finger. Catherine shrugged and continued. Well, the Prescott and the McCasey family were closely related. Tom Prescott was paying teams of unemployed miners to go down in the mines and search for the bodies. The city had enough of it. The mountain was unusable, and they didn't want any more deaths. The mines had been abandoned years before and were structurally unsafe. After the city banned the recovery teams from the mines, members of the Prescott family started going down there themselves. Finally, the city had had enough, and they had the mines collapsed. With bombs? Kyle asked. Well, with explosives. And that's what led to the incident. By this time, the mines had been unprofitable for a few years, and the city was quite broke. They hired less than reputable companies to collapse the mines, and well, when they set off the explosive, they accidentally broke into Drisking's water table. The city went into debt trying to purify the water of silt and iron ore. It wasn't until 2 years later that things started getting better, thanks to the Prescotts, who truly did revitalize Drisking. Kyle's phone chirped, and he pulled it out of his pocket. It's Kimber. She wants us to come over. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Scanlon. Catherine. Sure. If you have any other questions, feel free to come by. We're almost always open during the day. Or you could email me. She dug into her jacket pocket and pulled out a loose business card. It was creased and had a dusty smudge on it.
So, what do you think?
Kyle asked when we got in the car. I don't know. It's weird, isn't it? I mean, why would the Prescotts give a shit if the town suffers after they refuse to help him find their family and were actively working with them?
Maybe they forgave and forgot.
Kyle shrugged. Does Jimmy Prescott seem like a guy to forgive and forget to you?
Ugh, no. And his dad is even worse.
Exactly. Maybe we should...
Turn here. Sorry, Kimber's still babysitting and she's over at Amherst.
When we pulled up, Kimber was out in the front yard with two young boys who were playing in the driveway. She was holding a sleeping baby and waving to us. We parked in the driveway and she introduced us to the two older kids. They gave us shy hellos and then ran off to continue their game. Once they'd left, we explained everything that had happened to Kimber while she listened and rocked the baby in her arms. Sam is right. That doesn't make sense. But why are we even concerned about something that happened decades ago?
Whitney,
Kyle said, so I didn't have to. A flash of surprise crossed Kimber's face, and she walked over to put the baby down in his playpen. Then she walked back and pulled me into one of her famous, super comforting, not at all awkward hugs. When she released me, she began to pace around the driveway. Okay, so, we think Whitney somehow got involved in all this, and you're right. If we want to figure this out, we need to start at the beginning. Phil's right. Every mystery in this town is one piece of a larger puzzle. It's all related. She stopped and looked over at us. We need to go to the source if we want answers.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Kyle agreed. I know he likes to hang out in the hideaway and get drunk with ex-Sheriff Clary.
No, Kyle, not Jimmy. His dad.
Tom. He's so crazy they put him in a home.
He's the horse's mouth, though, isn't he? Jimmy isn't likely to know half as much as his dad, but as Kyle and Kimber argued, I watched the kids chase each other around the tree in the front yard. There seemed to be something carved into the bark. Words, not unlike the triple tree at Ambercott Fort. Now, I was too far away to read what they said. He got you! He got you! I heard the youngest one call to his brother. The skin man got you. Now you have to die. Nuh-uh, Peter. I was touching the tree. No, you weren't. You're a liar. One of them got you, and now you have to meet the shiny gentleman. No, I don't. Kimber, Josh is cheating. I shuddered and turned away from them. Where is the nut house? I interrupted them. Is it close? It's not a nut house. It's more like a hospice, Kimber chided. The rumor I've heard is that he's at Golden Elm, and that's in Cape Girardeau.
That's about 40 minutes away,
Kyle said and pulled out his phone.
I'll check the visiting hours for Tuesday. Sam, do you work tomorrow?
I work every day, but I'll get out of it, I promised.
Okay, cool. Let's plan to leave after school.
The following day dragged on like any last Tuesday of the school year. Most people talked about what they did with their ditch day or complained about a cop showing up at their house to issue them a ticket while sliding less than pleasing looks at me. When the final bell rang at 3:30, I grabbed my bag and booked it out to the car. Kyle and Kimber were already waiting for me. The drive took longer than we expected, and I got lost in Cape Girardeau. The town was bigger than Drisking, and the streets weren't laid out with any sort of planning or logic. By the time we arrived at Golden Elm, we only had 20 minutes left for visiting hours. We're here to see Mr. Thomas Prescott, Kimber told the nurse at the front desk. We let her do the talking since she had a disarming, old-fashioned charm about her that put people in a friendly mood. Old Tom? Wow, he hasn't had a visitor since Christmas when his son came. Sign the check-in sheet and take a visitor sticker. Your family, then? Do you know where his room is? The nurse
arched a thin, suspicious eyebrow. I'm sorry, we don't, Kimber apologized. My mother has been asking me to check in on my great uncle while she's away doing Doctors Without Borders. I should have gotten more information from her, but she only has so many minutes to call home. Oh, of course, dear. Let me get someone to escort you. An orderly led us to Tom Prescott's room, which we found empty. He pointed down the hall and said he likes to read in the sunroom. We walked down the hall and found an old, thin man, sitting alone and whispering to himself. He was sitting at a table in front of a backgammon board, moving chess pieces around it. Tom Prescott? Kimber said, smiling. He didn't look up, and I wondered if he heard her at all. Kimber took a deep breath to try again, but the old man suddenly slammed his fist on the table. I'm him, goddammit! I'm Tom Prescott! Don't call me Tom! People's kids used to have more respect. I'm sorry, sir, Kimber said gently as she sat down in the chair opposite him. You kids have no respect. Do you even know who I am? It's my son that's done it. That boy's mama should have whipped him, but she was soft, and now he's running around my town spreading his vulgarity and disrespect. Our apologies, Mr. Prescott. We never meant to be disrespectful. We greatly admire you. You're the man who built our town into what it is today. Everyone remembers that. Drisking was suffering and the town was dying. And then you fixed it. We know that. I did what I had to do, the old man grumbled. It was my town. It still is. Who are you, little girl, to come in here and suggest otherwise? Oh, no, that's not what I said. Kimber changed tactics. And as for who we are, we're Mira McCasey's kids. Do you remember the McCaseys? You're Ida's granddaughter. That explains why you're not there. We exchanged puzzled looks. We're right here, Mr. Prescott, Kimber said. You know what I meant, young lady. They all know I rescued the town, and that's my town. Of course. If they were going to let me do anything, I wanted to go as long as the money kept coming in. That's why it's my town. Is the money still coming in? Kimber tested. Well, you're here, aren't you? They didn't like it, but they took the money. They didn't know. Not everything. They didn't. But they suspected some. And they must have been okay with it because they kept electing Cleary. And they kept taking the money. Prescott picked up a pawn and ran his fingers over it as he talked. It's just a powder, you know. So unassuming, a fine, soft powder. A powder doesn't know what it is. It doesn't know it's bad. It's the people who say it's bad. But it needed to be done, you know that, Ida. You know we had to do it. Kimber hooked him in. I know we had to, but it's your son. I don't think he's doing it, right? Well, of course he isn't. The elder Prescott slammed his fist on the table again. The two rooks tumbled to the floor. They were mine. He took them from me. We thought he could do it better, but he took mine and he ruined my legacy. Decades of work, and now it's all run by the powder. It's the dust of the crumbled empire. What about the Skin Man? I asked, caught up in the moment. What are you talking about, boy? He growled. And the treehouse, the triple tree. What is it? What is it for? Triple tree? I didn't authorize that. We paid triple the price, but it's only for a short while. When the things were slow, we certainly never charged triple. That's bad business. Where is Has my idiot boy been telling you that? Did he offer you triple for them? He's ruining my town, isn't he? God damn it, Jimmy. You get him here. Ida, you get my boy on the phone. You tell Jimmy I want to talk to him. You tell him they're still mine, Ida. Ida, get Jimmy on the phone. Kimber jumped up and Kyle pushed her behind him as the old man rose to his feet, tall and imposing. We were backing towards the door when the orderly came in with a disapproving look on his face and shooed us out. Long after we'd made it to the lobby, we could still hear Tom Prescott yelling for his son. The ride home was quiet, and I spent it trying to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. The skin men, the triple tree, the skinny gentleman, the powder. These things seemed to have been pulled blindly from the ether, random and meaningless. The veil over my eyes was thick and heavy, but I was closer to Borrasca than I'd ever been before. I could feel it all around me, but I couldn't see it. I could almost touch it, but I couldn't yet comprehend it. I suddenly realized that Kyle was pulling over off the road, and I snapped out of my contemplation. He put the car in park and turned around to look at me in the back seat. "Is this really about Whitney, Sam?" "Yes." Kimber watched us with worried eyes. "Why do you think that? The cops, even your father confirmed that Whitney ran away." "I don't believe them," I said through clenched teeth. "Look, Sam, we're getting pretty deep in here, and I'm with you every step, but I have to know that there's a reason we're doing this, and pulling Kimber into... I have to know this is important to you for the right reasons, and not just an obsession." I looked out the window and realized he'd pulled over near the West Rim Prescott Ore trailhead. He was right to worry, and even more so to be protective of Kimber. Kyle was thinking it, and so was I. The powder. If Borrasca really did involve moving mass amounts of drugs, did I want to involve my friends any further? This wasn't their fight. I loved these people. Could I really risk their safety for my own curiosities and vendettas? But as far as I wished I could let them go, I knew I needed them. I have to know what really happened to Whitney, I whispered. Kyle turned back around, without a word to Kimber, and placed his hand on mine. I jerked my hand away and crossed my arms, and then immediately apologized. Kimber just smiled in a forgiving sort of way. Kyle sighed. "Sam." I was interrupted by the piercing ring of Kimber's phone. She scrambled for her cell to silence it, but when she saw the name on the screen, she quickly answered. "Dad? Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? Dad? No! Wait, slow down! Hello?" She took the phone away from her ear. "Something's happened to my mom, and she's at the hospital." Tears filled Kimber's soft green eyes. Kyle threw the car in gear and screeched out of the parking lot. We made the 10-mile trip to the hospital in as many minutes, which was criminally fast on the surface streets. Kyle stopped the car at the emergency entrance, and Kimber and I ran inside. A deputy was in there waiting. He refused to answer Kimber's desperate questions as he led us to her father. When the deputy swung open the doors, I saw my dad standing next to Kimber's, and I braced myself for the worst. Kimber's dad took her in one direction, and my dad took me in the other. Before he said a word, I saw Kimber crumble to the floor on the other side of the room. I looked at my dad helplessly, and he gave me a sympathetic nod and pulled me into a hug. We sat down in a corner, and I stared at my hands as he quietly explained that Mrs. DeStaro had gone grocery shopping around 1 o'clock. Come home. Put the groceries away. Made 2 lasagnas and a meatloaf and put them in the freezer. Then she got in her car, drove to the hospital, parked in the shade, took the stairs up 7 floors to the roof, and jumped off it. She lived long enough to apologize to the EMT who found her. I watched Kimber fall apart as her mother's body slowly grew cold. In the morgue, 1 floor beneath us. Do you think she blames herself? I don't know, man. Probably. I stretched out on the reclining seat of my Chevy and pulled the bill of my hat lower over my eyes. But do you think she's okay?
I didn't answer him. I certainly hadn't been okay when Whitney died, and Kimber was even closer to her mom than I was to my sister. She was definitely not okay.
Sam, seriously, I'm freaking out here. It's been 2 days.
I pushed my hat up off my face and looked over at Kyle, who was admittedly a wreck. His eyes were bloodshot, his face sallow, and his red hair was greasy. Dude, her mom committed suicide. You know how close Kimber was to her mom. She needs some time, but she'll be okay. She hasn't answered any of my texts or calls. I've left her like 9 voicemails, man. I think I'm going crazy. You just have to give her space. Yeah, but she's my... He couldn't say it around me.
I'm supposed to be looking after her.
I sat up and pulled the chair up right behind me. Look, Kyle. I know you want to help Kimber, and I want to help Kimber too, but she hasn't answered our calls, been to school, or come to the door when we've stopped by her house. She doesn't want to see us right now, and we have to be okay with that. Right now, Kimber knows what's best for Kimber.
What about the suicide note? You think
That has something to do with it?
I sighed.
We don't even know if there was a note. Kimber's dad was upset and messed up when he said that, and it's possible I misheard him anyway. I asked my dad, and he said that there was no letter.
Right.
Because your dad is such a beacon of truth. One look at Kyle told me he'd immediately regretted his words. I shrugged. I don't know what to believe anymore. The truth was, I knew what I heard. Mr. DeStaro had said something about the cops, about a letter, but I couldn't tell Kyle that, not right now. He was already worried that his relationship with Kimber was part of the reason her mom had been so depressed. I'd asked my dad about the letter when he'd come home after that long night, and he'd sighed. He ran both of his hands through his hair, and in a tired way said, Sam, I don't know what to tell you. Ann DeStaro didn't leave a suicide note, and this is the first I've heard of it. With our best friend in mourning and our investigation on hold, Kyle and I had been existing in a sort of suspended state. We went to school intermittently, skipping classes here and there, missing end-of-the-year tests and smoking more weed than either of us could afford. Without Kimber there to set us straight and keep us in line, we were lethargic, brooding, and irresponsible. I never realized how much I relied on her. Kyle and I skipped the last 2 periods of the day and debated on whether we should even go to school tomorrow, which was the last day of our sophomore year. We finally decided to show up for second period, which I was glad we did because Kimber showed up in biology. I didn't even see her at first. I had my head down on my desk, resting on folded arms, when I felt a meek hand pat my shoulder. I turned around to see her standing there, looking unsure and uncomfortable. I gave her a half smile and pulled her into a hug, but it wasn't a super comforting, not at all awkward Kimber hug. It was a longer, weaker hug, and I felt so protective in it that I was sad when it was over. How you doing, Kay? I asked her when she finally released me. Kimber wiped tears off her cheek. I'm okay, she said, giving me a warbly smile. And I knew it wasn't true. I wrapped her into another quick hug as Phoebe Dranger gave us a snotty look. Have you seen Kyle yet? No, I have next period with him. He's been worried about you. I know, she said, sliding her eyes to the floor. Things have been really hard for me at home. It's okay, I said. We're here for whatever you need. Yeah, that's what I was hoping. Whenever you need. Since it was the last day of school, our teacher, Mr. Founder, was just happy to return our graded tests and let us bullshit the rest of the period. Kimber asked about the arrangements for the funeral that weekend and chided Kyle and I for skipping finals to get stoned. When the bell rang, I could see that Kimber was both excited and nervous to see Kyle. As we packed up our bags, I assured her that Kyle wasn't mad. He was just worried about her. She threw her bag over her shoulder, set her jaw, and nodded. She was trying so hard to keep it together. As soon as Kyle saw her from down the hall, he slammed his locker shut and walked towards us with such intensity that I began to wonder if maybe he was mad. He pushed past a dozen people without so much as a glance at them and left a curious, if annoyed, crowd in his wake. When he finally reached us, Kyle threw his backpack against the wall and swooped Kimber up in the sort of way that you'd see in old black and white movies. Everyone who'd watched all this unfold, including me, groaned in unison. Since most of the teachers weren't even bothering to take attendance that day, I went to calculus with Kimber and Kyle, where they had the same conversation Kimber and I had last period. Towards the end of the hour, the conversation faltered and became uneasy. Kyle and I exchanged a look over the top of Kimber's head, and I nodded at him. "Kimber," he said quietly, "did your mom leave a letter?" "What?" Kimber asked in surprise. I heard your dad talking about a letter on Tuesday, I said. "Oh." As we waited for her to continue, the bell rang for lunch. Everyone filed out of the room, but the three of us stayed, still sitting in our desks. "Kimber," I finally said. She sighed sadly and looked over at Kyle. "Yes." "What did it say?" he asked nervously. "I don't know. I haven't seen it. I asked my dad for it when we got home, and he said I'd misheard him and there was no letter. He said not to mention it to anyone or else I'd just upset people." "Well, then we both misheard him," I said, "which seems unlikely. I've known my dad all my life, and I know when he's lying." People started to filter in for the next period, sliding sympathetic glances at Kimber. Since it was our lunch period, we gathered up our things and walked out to my car, as we always did. I sat in the back seat, letting Kyle and Kimber take the front. Kimber took a deep breath and continued. "I know my dad is lying, and I know he has the letter." "Are you sure?" Kyle asked. I could tell he was still terrified that some of the blame rested on him. "Yeah. And I know it contains the name Prescott. I think I even know where it is." Prescott. Yet somehow I wasn't that surprised. He was the axis around which everything that was bad orbited. "How do you know it says Prescott?" Kyle asked. "I heard my dad reading it once. I think he reads it a lot, actually. He was sort of sobbing and whispering the words and throwing things in his office. My dad, he hasn't been well." "Do you think she was having an affair with Jimmy Prescott?" I shook my head. "I'm guessing you need to think bigger than that, Kyle." "I agree," Kimber said to her hands in her lap. "With everything we know about the Prescotts, I'm fairly sure this isn't about an affair. It's all connected somehow, don't you think? My dad was the love of my mom's life, but she only left a letter for me. I think that somehow I'm the one she wronged, not him. You know? I think she did something to me, or maybe she did it because of me." Kimber's voice broke over that last sentence, and Kyle pulled her over, kissed the top of her head, and whispered words in her ear that I couldn't hear. "So, we need to get that letter," I said after giving them a minute. "Yes, I really need to read it." Kimber's voice was still wobbly. "Well, how do we get it?" I asked. "If it's in the office, we just need to wait until her dad isn't home," Kyle said as he looked out the window. "You don't think I thought of that?" Kimber sighed. "He never leaves his office, not since we got home from the hospital. He sleeps in there." "So we need him out?" "No,
We need to get me in. Tomorrow is my mom's funeral, and half of Drisking will be there, including my dad, of course. I need to leave without him noticing and run home so that I can get through the office. Okay, I said that's easy. Without my dad noticing. And I need to be back by the end of the service. We both nodded, but stayed silent because it looked like Kimber was weighing saying more. My dad? He's been very cold, and I think he blames me, Kimber finally said. That's bullshit, Kyle spat. Can you guys help me? Absolutely, of course. We spent the rest of the lunch hour creating a plan far more strategic than the mission probably needed. Kyle and I would engage Mr. DeStaro in conversation, and then Kyle would get a text from Kimber telling him she was having a breakdown in the bathroom. Kyle would leave to go comfort her, and they would take my car to the DeStaro house. I would stay behind and keep an eye on Kimber's dad while they were gone. I went to work that afternoon for the first time since Monday. Mira seemed to be in a much better mood and let me go home early since it was a Friday. I didn't sleep well though, and I got up at 5 a.m. to go through my clothes looking for something dressy and black to wear to the funeral. My dad came in before he left for work and found his disheveled, panicked teenage son looking helplessly through piles of black clothing. He smiled pityingly and led me to his own closet. Since my dad and I had not only the same face, but the same build as well, finding something suitable to wear was easy. I thanked him, and he asked me to apologize to Kimber for having to work through the service, and that he sends his love. Andastaro's funeral was at an Episcopalian church on the other side of town. I picked Kyle up at 9 and saw he was also wearing a suit of his dad's, though he didn't fit it nearly as well, and he was constantly pulling at the sleeves and readjusting the waistline. Unfortunately for Kyle, he was much smaller than his dad. We parked as far away from the church as possible, where we hoped no one would notice a car leaving. When we went inside the church, we saw that Kimber wouldn't have to do much acting to convince people she was having a breakdown. We found her at the back of the room, tucked into a chair, in a puddle of curly orange hair and tears. Kyle sat down next to her and pulled her into a hug. Jesus, Kimber, what's wrong? I kicked his foot and shot him a look that said, Really? Kyle bit his lip. Fuck. There's no one here, Kimber whispered against his chest. My mom grew up here. She had hundreds of friends in this town, and no one came. We looked around, and I had to admit, the turnout was sparse. A few groups of 3 or 4 people standing together. Kimber's dad, who sat in a chair opposite the room of his daughter, with his head in his hands, and some family I recognized from barbecues at Kimber's house. Ex-Sheriff Cleary and his wife Grace were there, standing with a few of my dad's deputies and talking quietly in the corner. I could see why Kimber was upset. As we waited for the service to start, I realized I'd never been to a funeral before. I wished that we'd had one for my sister, but I knew we never could since Whitney was still legally alive. It made me sad to think that she would never be laid to rest. Only a few other funeral goers trickled in, and the pastor began getting people seated for the service. I noticed the casket at the pulpit for the first time. I was glad it was closed. Still, I had to wonder at the simple, unadorned, almost ugly coffin that had been chosen for Kimber's mom. I knew the DeStaros had money, quite a lot of it, actually. It was an interesting, almost insulting choice. Poor Kimber. Kyle and I stood Kimber up and started over to the pews, but she stopped abruptly. I'm ready, she said, and brushed the hair away from her wet face. Ready to leave. I can't be in here anymore. It's a disgrace to my mother. Kimber raised her head a notch and set her jaw. I knew this look, and it meant there would be no reasoning with her. Kyle and I looked at each other. This wasn't the plan. It would be a lot more obvious if Kimber were missing from the service, especially with the low turnout. You guys go over and say what we rehearsed to my dad. Kyle, I'll text you in 30 seconds. Go. Kyle nodded and started over. I knew we weren't arguing. Mr. DeStaro was finally standing, looking over at the front pew reserved for him and his daughter with hesitation.
Mr. DeStaro, I said as we approached, I'm very sorry to hear about your wife. She was... Shit, I'd forgotten my line.
A great woman who raised a wonderful daughter.
Kyle finished. Yeah, he spat. How do great women commit suicide, leaving their wonderful daughters alone in this world? Ah. Shit. Do great women jump off buildings and make spectacles of themselves and leave their families to deal with the publicity and the grief? Kyle's phone chirped. Oh, thank God.
That's Kimber.
Kyle said a little too fast before he had time to actually look at his phone.
Oh man, she isn't well.
Says she's crying and feeling sick. I'm gonna go help her. No! Mr. DeStaro yelled so suddenly that Kyle dropped his phone onto the ground where it made a loud clatter on the stone floors. Not you. You don't help my daughter. You don't even talk to her. He can go. And he pointed at me. Okay, I stuttered. The plan had changed too much. I needed to somehow get the car keys from Kyle without being seen. Cal gave me a shaky, subtle nod, and then he and Mr. DeStaro went to sit down. It was obvious Kimber's dad was keeping an eye on Kyle. Getting the car keys from him was going to be nearly impossible. I backed into the shadows at the back of the room while the pastor started the service. I texted Kyle 4 times asking him for help, but he wouldn't dare touch his phone. He just stared straight ahead, flicking worried glances at Mr. DeStaro every few seconds. After several minutes, I went to find Kimber to see what she wanted to do, but she wasn't in our meeting spot by the back door. The plan was falling apart. I pulled up my phone and sent her a text. Where are you? Kyle is next to your dad and I can't get the keys from him. I waited in the hallway, tapping my phone against my hand nervously. After a minute or two, my phone vibrated. I'm sorry, I left without you guys. I had to get out of there. I'm so sorry. I'll be back before the end of the service, I promise. Oh, shit. Be safe. It was now imperative that I not be seen. I went to the men's bathroom, locked myself in a stall, and played Snake for the longest 20 minutes of my life. I knew the service wouldn't go on much longer, so I texted Kimber again. You on your way back yet? Did you find it? I sat there, waiting, watching the minutes tick by. I texted her again. I think the service is ending soon. Where are you? After another 7 minutes of no response, I tried calling, but it went to voicemail. I tried again with the same result. I was getting nervous. I was about to try a third time when 2 people walked into the bathroom and my phone vibrated with a text. It was Kyle. The service was over.
Kimber has the keys. Why aren't you guys back yet? Did you find anything?
I left the bathroom without washing my hands and received dirty looks from the 2 strangers at the urinals as the door closed behind me. I found Kyle staring out the window looking for my car. Kyle! He jumped.
Where's Kimber? What did you guys find?
I don't know. She left without me.
What the fuck? Why? Where is she?
I don't know, Kyle. She left without me, I reiterated. She's not answering my calls or my texts.
Fuck, mine either.
We have to keep an eye on her dad until she gets back.
Well, we're not the only ones, Kyle said, gesturing across the room. What the fuck is going on?
3 men were talking to Kimber's dad in a corner across from the room. Chief among them was Killian Cleary, who was flanked by his 2 former deputies. Drisking's retired sheriff had his hand on Mr. DeStaro's arm and was speaking to him in an angry, hushed tone. Kimber's dad was shaking his head and desperately objecting to something. The 2 deputies walked out the front door of the church, and Mr. DeStaro sagged against Killian Cleary, who sat him in a nearby chair. Something was happening.
Call Kimber now,
Kyle said, and I tried again, and this time the call rang twice and was sent to voicemail. I ended the call and threw up my hands, looking desperately at Kyle. Again, he said, and took out his own phone. I got the same result, but felt a jolt of relief when someone answered Kyle's call. But it wasn't Kimber.
Phil, what part of town are you in? I need a ride, it's an emergency.
I waited.
Yeah, man.
I'm in Northridge Church. As fast as you can. I'm with Sam.
How old are you?
Kyle hung up and then immediately tried Kimber's phone.
She's sending me to voicemail too.
We both stood at the window anxiously, waiting to see Phil's silver Mazda pull up. Kyle chewed his lip and I tapped my phone. Come on, Saunders. We threw occasional looks back at Kimber's dad until Cleary stood him up and ushered the now inconsolable man out of the church. Suddenly, Kyle's phone chirped, and we both looked down to see Kimber's name flash up on the screen. Kyle's knees nearly buckled in relief, and he sagged against the wall. I found it. Kyle opened the text and furiously typed a reply. They're coming for you, Kay. We both stared at the phone, waiting for a response, and just as the sun blinded us, as it reflected off of Phil's approaching silver sedan, we got one. They're here. It was the last message we got from Kimber. When Phil dropped us at the DeStaro house, we found the front door unlocked and no one home. My car was sitting in the driveway, unlocked with the keys in the ignition. Kyle and I drove back to the church, but the funeral was over, and the few people that had attended it were already gone. We drove back to Kimber's house again, but it was just as we'd left it, and no one was home. Kyle had lost it by this time and was an absolute wreck. He'd called her so many times, I was sure he'd killed her battery. Her calls went straight to voicemail, and his texts were unanswered. After half an hour of begging from Kyle, I finally called my dad. He answered immediately. Sammy, what's wrong? It's Kimber. She's gone, Dad. We've looked everywhere, but her and her dad are missing. She left the funeral early, and Killian Cleary was talking to her dad, and then Samson and Greg left, and I think they went to her house and they got her, Dad. I think they're still working for Cleary on the side or something. I think they're doing something bad. Whoa. Slow down. Come by the station and we'll talk. I'll take a statement from you boys, and I'll get a couple officers over to investigate the house right now. Just calm down, Sam. We'll handle this. I hung up and threw my car violently into reverse, jerking the wheel to the left as I hit the end of the driveway. Sam, how do you know? How do we know we can trust the cops? I'm not trusting the cops. I'm trusting my dad, I said, my words sounding hopeless, even to me. I turned into the sheriff's office, and Kyle was out of the car as soon as I slowed down enough to park. By the time I got inside, my dad had Kyle by the shoulder and was nodding solemnly at everything Kyle was telling him. When my dad saw me, he motioned for an officer to take us to his office, and after a few minutes, he came in and sat down across the desk from us. All right, boys. I'm gonna have Officer Ramirez come in a few minutes and take a statement from you both. I want you to know that at this point in time, it looks like the DeStaros left town voluntarily. No way, Mr. Walker. Kimber would never. My dad held up his hand for silence. Let me rephrase. Jacob DeStaro left town voluntarily. Kimber is a minor and has no legal rights here. If her dad says they're leaving, then they're leaving. But she's not answering her phone, and we went to that house, Dad. Nothing was packed. Maybe they're just getting away for a while, maybe going to a relative's. I can't theorize as to why she wouldn't answer her phone other than maybe she wants to be left alone for a while. Kyle was exacerbated. But look, I know it's hard for you to understand, but losing a family member takes a toll on a person. Sam, you know that. We don't know how people are going to grieve, and we don't have a right to. I think it's very likely that Kimber will be back by the fall for school. The fall? Sheriff Walker, that's 2 months away. You need to investigate now. Kyle, I know you're upset, and no one said we're not going to investigate thoroughly. Like you investigated Whitney's disappearance thoroughly? I spat and didn't regret the words. Sam, he snapped with more force than I'd ever heard him use. I'm tired of listening to you insinuate that I didn't do everything I could to find Whitney. I love your sister more than you can imagine. She's my daughter, Sammy. And I will never give her up. And what about the deputies that left the funeral to go after her? Kyle interrupted. My dad raised an eyebrow at me. Samson and Grigg. I ground it out through clenched teeth. He sighed. Boys, Samson and Grigg left the funeral because I sent them out on a call. I stood up violently, knocking over my chair in the process. Oh, come on, Dad! All right, that's enough. The sheriff slammed his hands on the desk and stood up. I told you I will tell you what I know, and I have. I understand your friend is important to you, and goddammit, the DeStaros are friends of mine too. I promise you that I will use the full extent of my resources to track them down and put your minds at ease, but until then, all I can offer you is the assurance that there is no sign of foul play at this time. You boys need to get off the warpath, and let us handle this. Now Ramirez is waiting in the hall to take your statements, and then both of you are going home, understood? I said nothing, and glared at my dad, seething with rage. Kyle stood up and walked out of the room with no emotion whatsoever. He walked past Ramirez and I followed him out to the car. We got in and I waited for Kyle to say something. I heard a loud sniffle and looked over at him to see his face slick with tears. It was the first time I'd ever seen Kyle cry. But not the last. He's lying, he whispered. I shook my head. I didn't know what to believe. Kyle turned his face away from me. I know he's lying. Something bad has happened and he's lying about it. What? What happened? I heard more sniffling as Kyle tried to collect himself. Dude, fucking talk to me. What do you think happened? Kimber's gone like all the others. So she's at the place where bad things happen. I punched the steering wheel. How the fuck had this happened? Not Kimber. Please, not Kimber. Was all of this because of me? Had her mother killed herself because of something I'd done? Something we'd found out? Was Kimber taken because of me? If I thought for 1 minute that that was true, I knew I'd crack into tiny pieces. No, not Kimber, no. Yes, Sam. Fucking think about it, Kyle yelled at me. It's the treehouse. It's all the same. Borrasca, the Skin Man, the Triple Tree, your sister, the mountain. It's all the fucking same. It's the Prescott Empire, and now Kimber has been fucking consumed by it. Where do we go? I could feel the warm tears on my own desperation and hopelessness sliding down my cheeks. What do we do? What do we fucking do? Kyle threw his hands up in frustration. We go to Ambercut, right? It all started and ended at the Triple Tree, Sam. Surely, you figured that out. We've been to that treehouse 1,000,000 times, Kyle. There's nothing there. I don't know where the fuck else to go, Sam. I jumped as someone tapped on the window of the car and wiped the tears off my face. I rolled down the window as Officer Grigg leaned down and looked into the car. You boys move along home, all right? Yep, I said, and turned the key in the ignition. Officer Grigg waved at us as we pulled out of the parking lot. But we didn't wave back. The treehouse, Kyle said. We drove in silence, both of us trying desperately to get a hold of ourselves. If we were going to be of any help to Kimber, we needed to be calm enough to think logically. I parked in the space next to the trailhead and saw several bikes tied to the post. As we made our way up the West Rim Prescott Ore Trail, we passed Parker and a couple of his friends coming down it. I nodded to him, but Kyle said nothing, just stared up the trail, reaching for the only place he knew to go. It was almost dark by the time we got to Ambercott, and there was little light left to search for whatever Kyle hoped to find. It took half an hour in the darkness before I finally convinced Kyle that there was nothing there to help Kimber. And though we didn't speak of it, I knew that he and I were both painfully aware of all the sounds of the night. We were scared, terrified down to our very bones that we would hear the piercing, scraping, grinding, and metal screams of the monster at Borrasca, who we'd come so accustomed to over the years. We both dreaded it, prayed it would not come, and we did not speak of it. I dropped Kyle at home and promised that we would find Kimber tomorrow. I swore we would. He gave me nothing more than a shallow nod and disappeared inside his house. My dad was waiting for me in the kitchen when I got home a few minutes later. I didn't look at him and walked over to the fridge, realizing I hadn't eaten all day. Sammy, sit down. I want to apologize for today. I took out some chicken and cheese and went to the pantry for bread. I know you're scared, and I know that a lot has been going on that you can't exactly relate to.
he sighed. Anne had been depressed for a long time, Sam. Over 20 years. And that'll weigh on a person. I ignored him and continued making my sandwich. I was dying inside, wondering if I could ever trust the man I'd called Dad my entire life. She was suffering, Sam. And sometimes people who suffer that deeply don't know of any other way out. She knew her depression was hurting her husband and her daughter. And maybe she mistakenly thought she was doing them a favor. Mom's depressed, I said without taking my eyes from my task. He sighed. Your mother is coping okay, and this was very different, Sam. Kimber's mom had been depressed since she was in her 20s, early in her marriage, and suffered multiple miscarriages. Infertility can be very hard on some couples, and not even Kimber's birth control could ease her pain. Dad, with all due respect, I'm tired and I'm going to bed. Kyle and I are getting up early to look for Kimber. I threw the knife in the sink with a loud clang and turned to look at my dad for the first time. Please tell me you're still trying to find Kimber. The sheriff stood up from the kitchen table, looking as tired and disheveled as I felt. I promise, Sammy. And I finally believed him. The next morning when I pulled up to Kyle's house, Parker came out to meet me. Hey, Parker, I said when I rolled down the window and cool morning air wafted in. Kyle's not here. He left around 5. Stole my dad's truck. He's pissed. So you'd better go. Oh, thanks, man, I said, and then rolled up the window and took off down the street. I drove around all morning looking for Kyle and called his cell, but he didn't pick up until around noon. Oh, sorry, man, I couldn't sleep. Kyle sounded a bit more stable than yesterday. That's cool. Where you at? I don't know exactly. A rare spot where I'm getting service. You in the woods? Yeah. She's out here, Sam, somewhere in these mountains. I can feel it. I know it. All right, well, let me meet you. Okay. Just come down to the West Rim Trail. I'll meet you there. I was only 5 minutes away, so I arrived before Kyle had time to get down the mountain. Mr. Landy's red Dodge Ram was parked haphazardly in a no parking zone, and I figured it would probably be towed by the time we got back. I doubted Kyle cared at this point, though. I crossed my arms and leaned against my car as I waited for him, staring up the dirty red trail in impatience. When Kyle finally showed, half an hour later, he was covered in sweat and dirt and ejection. So, I said, pushing off my car. No, nothing, man. All right, well, let's keep searching. We hiked miles and miles of the mountain that day, but we didn't find any sign of human life. And for the next few days, if the sun was out, so were we. Kyle was growing more and more desperate, crossing into private property to look for logging equipment and mapping out the county's many mines to search the abandoned buildings. But the mountain was big, and the needle buried deep in the haystack. And as the days slipped away, so did Kyle's sanity. Every time I saw my dad, he would give me a somber look and promise me that they were still looking. It seemed to me that even he was growing concerned. The Destaro house remained as empty and dark as the space between the stars above it. On the 11th night of our Kimberless existence, I awoke out of a troubled sleep by the piercing, whirring, screeching sound of death at Borrasca. I cried myself back to sleep, to the tortured sounds of Kyle's own agony next door. We had failed her. Kimber was dead. When I pulled up to his house the next morning, I could tell Kyle had cracked.
His skin had taken on a yellowish color, and his voice was flat and void of emotion. "It's not over yet, Kyle," I said as he dropped into the seat next to me.
"Yes. It is, Sam,"
he all but whispered. "No, I don't believe that. Kimber's dad is missing too, you know? Maybe it was him instead that was... Yeah, that was... I couldn't bring myself to say it.
We're living in hell. Drisking, it's hell in our own reality."
I couldn't disagree. The town I'd grown to love seemed so foreign to me now. Whitney hadn't been an outlier like I thought. Missing people were the norm here. And that would make Jimmy Prescott the king. He's Satan himself. As soon as the words left my mouth, Kyle punched the car door, awaking from his dead state with rageful vigor. I fucking hate Jimmy Prescott. Where is that motherfucker? You know, he's involved in all this, Sam. You know... Maybe partially, I said, staring out the window. His dad created the town that bred this shit, but I'm pretty sure the Prescotts are like just running drugs. You know, the powder. Yeah.
And so what?
He's recruiting people to be drug mules or something? Maybe, I agreed for Kyle's sake, though I didn't really believe it. The sound, the great beast machine of Borrasca gave off the distinct stench of death. And though I knew that physically that was impossible, it didn't change my mind about it. The air smelled different after the metallic whirring ended. We drove over to the 4th Street Gourmet Coffee and Bakery, and we went in to buy our usual provisions of Rockstar and Monster. As I paid for the 4 packs of cans, I saw Mira waiting for coffee at the end of the bar. I could tell immediately that she was in a good mood, something that I hadn't seen much of since I started working for her. It was probably a good time to tell her I was calling out of work for my 5th day in a row.
"Hey, Mira," I muttered as I approached. I can't come in again today.
I got some really important... Sam! Oh my gosh, how are you?
Okay, I guess.
Good, she said brightly. Don't worry about coming in. I'll hold down the fort, and I'm sure I can call Emmeline in if I need help. But Sam, really, what have you been up to lately that's so important? My mind blanked. Just as I started to stutter out some bullshit about helping my dad, Kyle appeared behind me.
"We're trying to find Borrasca,"
he said with all the gravity of a eulogy. Oh yeah, Owen told me that you asked him about that. You know, that's just a story, Sam. That legend has been around since I was a kid. Yeah, well, we're looking for our missing friend, Kimber. We think maybe she's... there. I trailed off lamely. Oh, really? I thought I heard the DeStaros were staying with relatives in Maine over the summer. Oh well. Anyway, good luck, boys.
"Thanks."
Kyle's voice was sour, and I knew his patience within. When we got back into the car, we each popped open a can of Rockstar and started chugging. I knew better than to ask Kyle if he wanted to smoke, since I'm sure he hadn't lit a bowl ever since Kimber disappeared. He finished the energy drink under a minute and crumpled the can in his hands.
"I don't like your boss,"
he said. Mira? Why not?
"I don't know, she's just off."
Well, I mean, she's been going through some things. I wasn't going to elaborate any further.
"Why were you asking her husband about Borrasca anyway?"
I don't know. I was just making small talk, and I thought he might know. He seemed to know a lot of other things.
"And did he know?"
No. I took a long gulp of the sour drink, and then choked on it when I remembered something Owen had said. Well, actually, yeah. He said a Borrasca instead of just Borrasca. You know, like, it's a thing instead of a place. Kyle lowered his Rockstar.
"And is it?
Is it what?
Is it a thing?"
I don't know. I've never heard of it. I've Googled everything weird about this town, but nothing ever came up.
"Did you spell it right?"
I don't know, I shrugged. Do you know how to spell it?
"No."
I pulled up my phone. No, fuck Google. We need to talk to Catherine Scanlon. That's what Kimber would say. And he was right. Catherine Scanlon may be the most knowledgeable person in town and was probably the right person to ask. I pulled out a 4th Street coffee and prayed she was at her office already. When we parked in front of Drisking Art and Antiques, I was disappointed to see that the store was dark. Kyle pointed to a small, cheap open sign hanging in the corner of the door, and I crossed my fingers that it was for Catherine's office. I was relieved to find that the door unlocked, and we hurried past all the antiques and blown glass to the back of the store, where we found an open door and Catherine sitting at her desk. "Boys," she stood up as she saw us, "you're up quite early for summer break. How did the essay do?" Great," I said. "Actually, we're here for more help."
Personal interest, Kyle added.
Catherine raised her eyebrows. Well, color me impressed. I needed to get right down to it. If some small chance Kimber was still alive, that every second counted. We're here because we wanted to know if Borrasca is a thing or a place. Catherine raised her eyebrow. I remember that legend as a kid. I'd actually have to tell you I didn't know if it wasn't for Wyatt. He knew so little about so much, she laughed. A sort of jack of all trades, but anyway, he told me an interesting fact once about Borrasca. It's both. What do you mean? I leaned over her desk. Well, the term Borrasca is just old, outdated lexicon. The word was used by miners to describe an underperforming mine. A mine, I whispered. Kyle shook his head. We've been looking at mines. So, all the mines in Butler County are Borrascas? I asked. Well, generally, it's only the first mine in the system to run dry that's called a Borrasca. Do you know which mine ran dry first in our mining system? Kyle asked from where he stood near the door, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his fists. Not off the top of my head, she laughed. I can look, though. I think I have those records here somewhere. Kyle walked behind her desk and opened the drawer of loose files. This is an odd thing to be interested in for boys your age, but I'm guessing I should be glad you two are so eager to learn, especially over the summer. Yes, ma'am. Very eager, said Kyle. Is the Borrasca the first mine that ran out of ore, was that by chance the same one those kids disappeared in? The McCaseys? Oh, no, I don't think so. That particular mine was the Southwest mine and was very close to town. I think it was one of the last to close, actually. Here we go. This packet should have that information. Catherine spent far too long moving books around on the desk to make room for the stacks of papers that she had. Kyle and I paced around the room nervously, trying to appear casually interested, while the energy drinks started to course through our systems. Here we go. The first mine to close was the North Central Mine, which was... actually, one of the first to open. But where is it? Kyle walked over to the desk and braced his arms on it. Where is the mine? Catherine pulled over a different stack of papers and started to fumble through it. After the longest minute of my life, she made an aha sound and pulled out a large yellow piece of paper that had been folded into a standard A4 size. She unfolded it on the desk and leaned over to read the markings. I could see from where I was standing near the doorway that it was a map, and I knew we weren't leaving this office without it. Let's see... That mine was up far on the mountain, a little harder to get to, see? And she pointed to a small dot on the map that was at least 4 miles from where we'd been looking. Can we take this? We'll bring it back. Of course! I'm sure I have copies. Listen, if you boys are going exploring, I'm bringing my dad, I lied. Oh, excellent then. You guys have fun, she yelled at us as we rushed out of the building. We didn't stop to answer her. Fun was far from our minds. It's so far from where we've been looking, Kyle started. We need to get there now, and we need to get a gun. A gun? Where are we going to get a gun, Kyle? From your dad. He's not going to give us a gun, man. Fine. Then let's scout the place first, and then we'll come back with a gun. That didn't seem like a good idea to me either, but what choice did we have? After studying the map for several minutes, we realized that the easiest way to access the mine was still through the West Rim Prescott ore trail. We parked at the trailhead and made the familiar hike down the marked trail and then up the beaten path, realizing that we'd have to travel past Ambercott Fort on the way, and I knew in my heart that we were going the right way. We were walking that same path that so many people before us had on their way to Borrasca. But what had they found there? We passed the treehouse, which was as silent as the morning. We walked into the woods further north than we had ever before, and soon we were flying blind, hiking in the general direction of the dot on the map, and hoping that we were still on course. Within an hour, I began regretting that we'd come without provisions, emotional and unprepared. By noon, we had been hiking for 4 hours, and it seemed to me that we were lost. I tempered the welling panic with thoughts of Kimber and Whitney, and the answers to the mystery that had absorbed my life for so many years. Kyle, for his part, said nothing and kept his eyes straight, and his mission his priority. And then, just as the sun teetered on the apex of the day, we saw an emptiness through the trees, and the hard lines of man-made buildings. Kyle quickened his step, and I rushed to keep up. When we finally broke the tree line, I choked on my own breath and fell back against a tree as I looked over the quiet encampment. A large wooden signpost that was almost as long as the entire clearing was still standing near the entrance of the mine. It had to be a century old, and though most of the lettering had rotten off over the years, from the remaining, I could guess that it had once said, Drisking Underground Mine. What was left, however, was SKINNDMIN. Skinmen. This way, Kyle pointed to the north end of the camp. We stepped out from the shadows and into the vulnerability of the clearing. There were several large buildings still standing, and the boarded-up entrance to the ore mine was set back in the mountain. We're not going in there, I whispered. Let's try the building, he said, and pointed towards one nearby, which was the largest and at least 2 stories tall. We counted to 3 and then ran across the camp to the large wooden doors of the old building. They were cracked open, and when we squeezed inside, I had no doubts that death was indeed present in Borrasca. We were standing in what I guessed was a refinery, and in the middle of the room was a large, silver, conically shaped machine. A conveyor belt fed into it, and the room had a sour smell. Even the dirt beneath our feet seemed to have taken on a crimson tint. This is the machine. This is where they take them, I said. This is the place where people die. Kimber isn't here. Come on. I was only too happy to squeeze back out the door of the building and tiptoe around the side. We rounded a corner and almost ran into a recently waxed, shiny green truck parked there. This is Jimmy Prescott's truck, I breathed. I know whose truck this is, Kyle growled. We were now on an extraordinarily high alert. Kyle dropped to the ground and began to commando crawl around the building. I followed him and waited to hear a shout or a gunshot, but none came. As we crawled around the back of the building, Kyle turned around to me and put his finger over his lips, and then pointed at a 1-story brown building that was only a dozen feet away from us. He got into a crouched position and moved as fast as he could across the gap between the 2 buildings. I did the same. As soon as I reached the wall next to him, Kyle whirled around and put another finger to his lips. Then he pointed up to a window directly above us. There were noises coming from inside, and even to me, a 16-year-old virgin, the sounds of sex were unmistakable. We could hear an animalistic grunting and the tired, objecting groans of an old mattress. Unable to help myself, I whispered, "What the fuck?" to Kyle. But he was already gone, all caution abandoned, running around the side of the building. I followed him in through the first door we came upon and was hit in the face by an invisible wall of filth and suffering. The smell knocked me back, but Kyle kept running. I followed him in, past crates of ramen noodles, MREs, bottled water, and boxes I had no time to read. I crossed another threshold, and I was suddenly surrounded by people. So many people. I skidded to a halt and realized I was standing in some sort of dorm. Rows and rows of beds on either side of me with people strapped to them. Some were wearing dirty rags, some wearing nothing at all. Some seemed to be bloated, and I waited for one to call out to me, but they all seemed silent. Some watched me through tired, dead eyes, and others turned away. Looking around, I realized they were all women. The bloating I saw seemed to be pregnancies.
Some were confined to the beds and others were not. I looked across the room for Kyle and saw him standing a little further in the long room, looking back at me with the same confused, wild expression I was sure was on my face. I saw the realization cross his and called out to him, but he was already running away. I lost him before I'd taken 5 steps to follow. I figured it was probably best to just keep running, spread out and look for Kimber. I didn't see her in the room, and I was sure she would have called out to us if she was. I looked around for another door and saw one cracked open on the left behind a row of beds. I stared straight at it as I made my way there, desperate to avoid the wretched, void eyes of the women around me. First we help Kimber, then we help the others. I will come back and help you all, I promise, as soon as I find Kimber. Without a thought, I pushed the door wide open as soon as I reached it and found the source of the noises that we were hearing. It was Jimmy. Something I had expected to see, but the scene before me was not. He was hunched over the bed of an almost unrecognizable, unresponsive Christy, treating her like an animal. She watched me through the slits of her dead eyes, but she didn't call out to me for help. I thought I saw a tear run down her cheek before she turned her face away from me, to face the wall on the other side. I didn't even realize the words were audible. I had never seen the depths of human suffering. Jimmy's head snapped around to look at me and briefly registered surprise before he smiled at me in a way that turned my insides to ice. He didn't stop what he was doing, and I wanted nothing more than to run over to him and push him off of Christy, but to my utter shame, I couldn't force myself to come any further into the room. Sam! Sam! Kyle's voice echoed through the building, and I immediately cured myself of my paralysis. I found myself running back into the miner's dorm and away from Jimmy Prescott and Christy. Kyle! Back in here, please. I found Kimber. I followed his voice through the maze of beds and rooms, and a cacophony of voices began to follow me. Help us. Please. There were maybe only a handful of girls yelling at me, but it sounded thunderously loud as it filtered through my guilt. The weight of their misery dropped down upon me, and it almost pushed me into the ground. I'll get help. I'll help you, I promised them as I followed Kyle's voice, still screaming desperately from an adjacent room. I sprinted across another threshold and saw him, hunched down near a corner bed, helplessly yanking on a leather strap attached to it. I slammed into the bed and fell to my knees, trying to work out what he was doing and how I could help him. I tried not to look at the bed because I knew I couldn't see her like that. I couldn't bear it. If Kimber looked at me through the same accusing, empty eyes as Christy and the others had, I might lay down on the ground beneath her and curl into a ball. Go around to the other side and buckle the other 2 straps. Kyle had the high-pitched voice and wild, desperate eyes of a madman. I ran around to the other side and did as he said, with shaking, awkward hands. Oh, boys. Jimmy's voice rang out from somewhere in the building. I had just freed Kimber's ankle and was working on her wrist. She whimpered when she heard him and buried her face in my shoulder. Do you think you're hiding? I know where to find you. I know right where I put that girl. I'll fucking kill you, Prescott, you sick cunt. I'll fucking stomp all over your bones and bleed you out, you little motherfucker. Kyle had lost all reason and strategy. He was filled with rage instead of fear, and it scared me even more. I pulled Kimber's wrist from the final strap and yelled, "Go, now!" We pulled Kimber off the bed and quickly realized that her legs could barely support her. She was heavily sedated and breathing weakly. We braced her on either side and moved as quickly as we could through the nearest doorway away from Jimmy. We were in another dorm, though this one was filled with mostly empty beds. I could see sunlight shining through the door at the end of that long room, and we raced towards it as Kimber made little cries of pain. I didn't think my heart could break anymore, but I was wrong because in the next moment, it did. I almost dropped Kimber when I saw her staring at me. Her eyes were hollow and uninvested, and when I turned towards her, she looked away immediately, as if she couldn't stand the sight of me. Whitney, I said weakly. Sam, let's fucking go, Kyle screamed. I can't. I turned towards him, tears running down my hot cheeks, and Kyle saw her too. I can't stay, Kyle said, still moving towards the door. I have to get Kimber away from here, please. But he knew I wasn't going anywhere now. Good luck, bro, I said. And then we were both running in different directions. Whitney's hair was long, but it was thin, as was her face. Everything on her looked brittle except for her stomach, which bubbled out from her like an overblown balloon. She refused to look at me and flinched at my touch as I tried desperately to unbuckle her from the bed. I hadn't even finished the first buckle when I heard Jimmy walk up behind me. I didn't bother to look at him or stop trying to free my sister. I didn't know what else to do. "I admire your girt, kid," Jimmy said, and then sat down on a bed behind me and continued to watch me, giving no objection to what I was doing. "You probably think your friends got away, but there's no sense in false hope, is there?" There's no sense in any of this." My voice sounded frail and it cracked with the last word. "You're wrong about that," Jimmy sighed. "But just so you know, I've got Cleary out there looking for them already. People making a lot of noise coming off this mountain. Trust me on that." Sheriff Cleary. I was desperate to keep him talking, anything to keep him from trying to stop me. "Oh yeah. You know, he was supposed to retire from the business, but unlike the previous sheriff, he kept a few horses in the race." Horses? Nothing made sense. "Yep." Jimmy slapped the bed next to me. "We call these buildings the stables." I dropped the last buckle on the floor and looked down at Whitney. I expected her to spring up and run towards the door while I went after Prescott, but all she did was rub her wrist and itch her collarbone, and then she put her arms back where they'd been, turned her arms away from me and shut her eyes. I slumped down onto the bed next to her. I picked up her cold hand. If she wasn't leaving here, neither was I. It was over. I sent a silent prayer up to a god I didn't know and wished my friend's safety. "Do you know what this is, Sam?" I shrugged. It didn't seem to matter now. "It's all about the babies." I stared down at Whitney and her swollen belly, but gave no indication I was listening. "You wouldn't believe how much money is in the industry. I mean, my dad was a smart man, and he knew we didn't have anything of value to sell. And back then, the Prescotts were dirt poor, out-of-work miners just like everyone else in town. He first got the idea when he sold my older brother off to pay for the legal fees to fight the city. I mean, some people will pay 5 figures for a newborn, you know? Even back then. And the organizations that buy them, well, they buy in bulk. But we still make a killing off them, and our overhead is very low." Jimmy stood up and pulled a gun out of his waistband and threw it on the bed across the aisle. "You know, try to understand, Sammy. It's not just about the money. We use the stables for community services too. Lots of people in town come to us, ever since the 50s. I couldn't take it anymore. I didn't want to be here listening to this. I didn't want to see Whitney so broken. I didn't want to wait for inevitable death. It was torture in the purest form. What are you waiting for? Why don't you just kill me? This isn't a James Bond movie. I don't care about any of this shit." Jimmy laughed loudly, as if it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. "Kill you? Christ, kid! If I could, then I already would have, but I'm not allowed to kill you. I've been trying to decide if I want to fuck your sister right in front of you, though. She's not one of mine, but it might be worth it just to see your face. Just kill me and let her go. Fuck, I'll kill myself if you let her go." I stood up from the bed, and Jimmy took 2 steps towards me and punched me hard in the face. I fell back down onto it. I moaned as I fought the tears and stars behind my eyes. "I can't let her go, you little fuck. She's got one of our community service babies in her. Grace says she's got another week to go, 2 tops." Jimmy looked down at Whitney and frowned. "She's been putting out shit babies, though, and as soon as this one's out of her, she's got a date with a shiny gentleman." "What the fuck does that mean?" I yelled at him. And a loud ring suddenly filled the room. Jimmy held up a finger and pulled a phone out of his pocket.
I gotta take a business call. 2 minutes, and we'll get back to our conversation. Jimmy walked over to the corner of the room, and I desperately started to pull on Whitney. We gotta go. We gotta go, Whit. We can't stay here. She kept her eyes shut and her body relaxed. Whitney, they're going to kill you. My head whipped towards the door as I heard a truck skid in the dirt just outside. Jimmy ended his phone call, and Killian Cleary walked in, pushing a limping, bloody Kyle in front of him. You lose something, Prescott. Where's the girl? Couldn't find her. God damn it, Cleary. You fucked us. Go back out there and find that girl. Jimmy snatched the gun off his bed and shoved it back into his waistband. Now listen here, you little shit, Cleary growled. I ain't your fucking employee, and I don't have all fucking day to play hide and seek in the woods. I told you that she wasn't with him, so I guess if you want to know where she is, you should get it out of him. Cleary threw Kyle down on the floor and spit near his feet. You gotta do your fucking job now? Jimmy walked over and without any hesitation kicked Kyle hard in the ribs. I heard some of them snap inside his chest. I tried to stand up, but I was still dizzy and fighting off the darkness. Where's your girlfriend, Landy? Prescott raised his boot, then stomped down hard on Kyle's ankle. He screamed in pain. I can do this all day, kid. Cleary sat down on the bed across the aisle and lit a cigarette, watching him passively. Jimmy pulled Kyle to his feet and then punched him hard in the face. A few of Kyle's teeth scattered across the floor. Tell me, you little cunt! Jimmy punched him again in the face and Kyle went limp. You're killing him! I screamed and jumped off the bed, running blindly towards Jimmy in a red rage. Cleary stood up and caught me with no effort at all, holding my arm down at my side. He laughed, cigarette still tucked into the corner of his mouth, as I struggled helplessly against his chest. Jimmy had straddled Kyle by now and was rapidly punching him in the face and chest. Kyle was barely conscious, and I prayed he'd pass out from the pain. After a few minutes of this, Jimmy stood up and rubbed his bloody fists. It's your last chance, Landy. Fuck you, Kyle said through wheeze-rattled breaths of air. Jimmy spit on him and raised his foot up as high as he could, and then brought it down on Kyle's face with so much force that I heard his skull break. I sagged in Killian Cleary's arms, and he dropped me into a puddle at his feet. Jimmy bummed a cigarette off Cleary, and they stood next to Whitney's bed, watching me cry. Jesus, what a mess. After a few minutes, Cleary flicked his cigarette out and pulled out his phone. All right, Sam. Take your friend. I couldn't have heard him right. Fuck that. The little Landy shit ain't leaving here. You want to clean this mess up, Prescott? I stood up and my knees didn't buckle beneath me. I'm not leaving without my sister, I told them. Jimmy laughed. Yes, you are, Cleary said. If you want to save your friend's life, he ain't dead yet, Sam, but he will be soon. He tossed his keys at me. The road off this mountain is back by the refinery. I let the keys bounce off me and fall to the floor. Cleary swore at me. I knew he was right. I was a coward, and I would leave my sister and all the others here just so I could get away and save Kyle's life. I picked up the keys and then, without looking at the two men, I picked up Kyle by his shoulders, and his head rolled back as if it was no longer attached to his spine. His face was a collage of pulp and blood, and I struggled to stay calm and breathe as I dragged him out of the building. Cleary and Prescott watched me, taking drags off their cigarettes and saying nothing. I knew they were probably lying to me. Kyle would be dead by the time I got him off the mountain, if he wasn't already. I opened the door to Cleary's old Ford and placed Kyle in the front seat, wincing as his head rolled around like a ball on a string. It took me almost an hour to get down the mountain, even though I took the overgrown road at ridiculous speeds and did everything I could to destroy the shocks on the truck. I sped into the hospital's emergency zone and found a medical team waiting inside the door. It was clear that they'd gotten a call to expect me because they already had a crash cart with them and an IV ready to push into Kyle's wrist. I left Cleary's truck where it was and spent the next 2 hours in the waiting room calling my dad over and over again and crying over an Architectural Digest magazine. No one came to take a statement from me or ask me any questions. Kyle's mom arrived just before my dad did and started screaming as soon as she saw me. My dad walked in behind her and had a deputy restrain her. He drove me home in silence, but I couldn't take it for long. Is anyone going to file a police report? Does anyone even fucking care what happened? Sam. He didn't turn to look at me. I'm doing my best to do damage control on the situation, but if Kyle dies or his parents sue, there's nothing I can do to keep you out of court. You think I did this? I screamed at him. We're not going to tell your mother, all right? She has enough to worry about. Dad! Kimber! It was fucking Prescott! And Sheriff Cleary! Yes. You arrived at the hospital in Killian's truck. We already talked to them both. I was so frustrated and full of rage that my next words came out, a jumbled, stuttered mess that ended in a helpless scream. We pulled into our driveway and my dad turned off the car and finally turned to look at me as I struggled to catch my breath. Samuel, we will never speak of this again. Do you understand? Are you fucking kidding me, Dad? Kyle might fucking die. I saw Kimber. Enough. If you want this to go away, you will keep your mouth shut about it. Make no statements to anyone, and I'll hire the best lawyer I can afford to clean up your mess. I don't know why you beat your best friend almost to death, and frankly, I don't want to. Fuck you! I screamed at him and threw open the door to the cruiser. I ran then, away from him and the house and my broken life. He didn't come after me, not that day or any other. Since everyone thought I was a violent thug, nobody let me stay with them when I called around. I eventually went to a motel far outside of town and drained the last of my savings from work, paying for the room. I went back to pick up my car from the trailhead, but it was gone and I hoped it was Kimber who had it and not a tow yard. I ran the paper every morning for some mention of Kyle's condition. I saw the Daily's birth announcement about 10 days later. They had just had a son that they named William. The whirling, twirling, shiny gentleman lit up the valley with its stench and song of death that night. It was the last I ever heard it. I stayed in Drisking long after the money had run out, and I was sleeping on the concrete behind the motel. I stayed until Kyle was released from the hospital, a mute, empty-eyed, soulless vegetable. I went to see him once, while only Parker was home, and threatened him until he let me inside the house. When I assured myself that the Kyle I knew was dead, and only his empty husk remained, I left his house and hitchhiked out of town. And after I spent 4 drunken, drug-fueled years in Chicago, I came home one day to find a letter waiting for me. It didn't have a return address, but it was postmarked California. I knew it was from her before I'd even picked it up. She'd written so many of my assignments for me that I knew Kimber's handwriting better than my own. Inside it was a letter. The letter. I read it only once. Many years ago. Until I sat down to transcribe it today. My Kimber. I know you aren't going to understand why we did the things we did. It was all born out of love. At least it started that way. You're everything to me, and you'll always be my daughter. Do you understand? And I'm leaving this world because of what I've done to you, not because of what you are. I don't want you to be upset about what you are, because who you are is beautiful. My dearest. This town has done horrible things, and all of us who live here are guilty. Read this letter and leave this place. I need to tell you all of this. I need to start at the beginning. Somewhere along the way, decades ago, the majority population of Drisking became unable to bear children. Most people blame the town for letting the iron ore seep into our water during the collapsing of our mines. This is the same water table that still provides the town water today. They were never quite able to fix it. And ore is toxic, and exposure causes infertility. The town did and still does suffer greatly from this effect. And the Prescotts, they solved the problem that no one could solve. It was an ugly, crass solution, but most people were happy to look away when they were able to raise families again. You see, they took girls, mostly women from other places, and they impregnated them and gave us their babies. And the town came under the care of Thomas Prescott.
when he started to sell some of the babies on the side for a profit to rich couples. And the sheriff, he helped them do this. But then an ugly rumor started that they were selling to human traffickers. And the Prescotts had to offer triple the price for girls. And in turn, we began to murmur. But we once again turned the other cheek when the city was suddenly flooded with money because of how well the traffickers paid. People had well-paying jobs again, and were proud to call Drisking home, so we said nothing, and those that did were taken to the mountain. Because that's where they do it. There's a place on the mountain where the women are taken. Kimber, drifters, runaways, and if their parents choose it, sometimes the girls in town are even sold back. They arrange to sell the girls, and they meet them at the tree halfway between our town and their baby mill. Sometimes kids play there now. I think you played there. The Prescotts and the sheriff are the ones who impregnate the girls, and the children are named after them. P. Children's for Prescott, K. Children for the sheriff. And when the women become too sick or too old to deliver prophet babies, they're sent through a giant machine they use to refine ore. And their bodies are crushed and blood and skin stripped away, and what remains of them are their stolen children and the dust of their bones. And all that's left of their bodies is the powder that they spread over the mountain to hide their crime. I'm telling you this, Kimber, because you are one of those children. Most of your friends are one of those children. Please get out of Drisking before your father finds this letter. Run away and never come back and never speak of it to anyone. Their industry has deep roots now, and the traffickers have lofty connections. Don't tell anyone. Don't keep this letter. Don't look back. I love you. I'm sorry I have to leave you. We all have to answer for our sins, and I'm ready to burn in hell for mine. Love always and forever. Mom.
Bill Tanner, a retired USPS mail carrier, ran a local haunted house that had become quite well known in the city where he lived. It was called Tanner's House of Horrors, and it had been established as a terrifying and fun way to unleash people's greatest fears upon them. People would come from miles away just to spend a little under an hour in his intricate maze of morbid wonder, designed to scare them silly. His haunted house was a dream come true for horror enthusiasts and people just looking to have a good time, especially during Halloween week. So it would come to surprise many folks. The self-proclaimed king of Horror House began to speak privately with friends about shutting his business down. Rumor had it that Bill believed something very real was haunting Tanner's House of Horrors. At first, folks thought that he was joking. But when his best friend Sam spoke to Bill, he discovered that something was definitely wrong. What do you mean, really haunted, Bill? Sam Willis asked, Bill's best friend. Bill shook his head, looking at the sandwich on his plate. Like there's somebody in there, Sam. Somebody sick, replied Bill. Sam took a bite of his burger, pointing at Bill as he chewed. Yo, you sure your haunted house ain't getting the best of you, buddy? Bill looked around nervously. No. Trust me. I'm not afraid of my creation, but I am afraid of what's hiding in there. Sam gave Bill a confused look. Hiding? Like what? Bill sighed and looked his friend in the eye. They're gonna think I'm crazy. But I think there's a clown in there. Sam almost choked on his food and began to laugh when he saw the fear in Bill's eyes. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and leaned in close. My God, you're serious, aren't you? Bill slowly nodded and looked around once more. I wouldn't be telling you if I didn't think something was really wrong. Hell, I want to shut the place down because I'm afraid of this damn clown. It isn't some person in one of my clown costumes, Sam. This is something else. Some wacko. Sam took a sip of his lemonade and rested his hand on top of his head. So, it's a guy in a costume? Bill downed the rest of his coffee and sighed heavily. I don't know. He's freaked me the hell out. He keeps getting inside the haunted house, and I don't know just how the hell he does it. I even called the police, but they can't find anybody in there. Deep down, I knew they wouldn't. I know the damn maze like the back of my hand, and if I couldn't find that clown, I knew they wouldn't either. They couldn't do much anyway besides file a suspicious persons report. Sam shook his head in disbelief and gave his friend a concerned look. Halloween is tomorrow, Bill. That's your biggest admission day. What are you gonna do? Bill sat back in his chair and fiddled with what was left of his sandwich. Don't know. I can't let all these people down, but that clown just scares the crap out of me, Sam. I don't know why he's in there or what he wants, but he seems to enjoy tormenting me whenever I'm in there. Thankfully, the customers haven't mentioned him, but I don't want to make any changes with that damn clown. I don't want to take any chances with that damn clown. What about the staff? Have they seen him? Bill shook his head, scratching his chin. That's what trips me up, Sam. Not once. I'm the only one that seems to run into him. Man, what's the plan then? Bill finished chewing a bite of his sandwich and pointed at Sam. I'm shutting it down, Sam. I'm not going to give this guy the chance to really hurt somebody. Look, I understand, Bill. I think you're making the right call, said Sam. Bill gave a disheartened shrug of his shoulders and looked out the window. I sure as hell hope so. The next day, Bill went over to Tanner's House of Horrors to let the staff know they wouldn't have to commit to the long Halloween shift. He arrived at the haunted house to see Kevin and Natalie, setting up the entrance displays. As he approached them, he felt someone bump into him from behind. He let out a half-hearted chuckle when he saw it was Michael Myers. Nice try, Gregory, Bill said. Michael Myers slumped his head in disappointment. Gregory pulled off the chalk-faced mask and ran a hand through his dark, wavy hair. Are you scared of anything, Bill? Gregory asked. Bill patted him on the shoulder. Wouldn't you like to know? Bill said, giving Gregory a sad smile. He walked up to the staff and sighed. Kevin seemed to notice something was off about Bill's behavior and stopped measuring a zombie cutout for the haunted house window. Uh-oh, I know that face. What's wrong, Bill? He asked. Natalie stood next to Kevin, a look of concern written on her face as well. Bill looked at them sadly, and at the haunted house. Well, I don't know how to tell you this, but we aren't opening for Halloween night. Gregory gave Kevin and Natalie a dumbfounded look and shook his head. Natalie folded her tattooed arms, clearly upset. Bill, you can't be serious! Your Halloween opening is the most important one, she exclaimed. Bill hung his head and nodded. I know. Listen, guys, I don't want to do this, but I have a very good reason. The haunted house isn't safe. What do you mean, isn't safe? This isn't about that weird clown you saw a few times, is it? Kevin inquired. Actually, no, Kevin. There's been some issues with the structural integrity of the ceiling inside that I was made aware of the other day. I called in an expert. He said that part of the building was slowly caving in. Bill lied. Kevin nodded, although Bill could sense he was skeptical of the explanation. Well, isn't there something you can do, Bill? Just close off that part of the maze and redirect the customers, Natalie suggested. Bill looked at her sadly, wishing he didn't have to weave this blatantly deceitful tale to his team. For a moment, he thought that he should tell them the truth, that he thought a very real, very disturbed clown was stalking the haunted house. Then he realized just how ludicrous it was to tell them something that he had no evidence to back up. They'd think me an old fool for shutting down my business because of a clown, he thought. No, I wish I could. There's just no time. It will affect other parts of the tour that I've planned out perfectly. Sucks this has to happen on Halloween, too. It's a damn shame. But a lot of people are expecting us to open, Bill. How can you just let all those people down? Gregory interjected, a hint of distress in his voice. Bill took a seat near the admission booth and sighed deeply. Guys, trust me. I feel bad as it is. I really wish there was another way, but there isn't. Look, you guys know I've been doing this for years now. I love it, and you know it. So when I say I have to shut the place down tonight, it's for a damn good reason. Kevin, Gregory, and Natalie looked at one another, disappointment written on their faces. Bill slowly stood up and put his hand in his pocket. He pulled out his wallet and removed 3 bills. He held up the money for the trio to see. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm not going to waste your time, and I'm even going to pay you a little extra for your trouble. He handed each of them a bill. Bill, $100? No, that's too much. I mean, we didn't even do anything, Kevin said. Bill shook his head and gave them a sad smile. Guys, look. It's the least I could do. You guys have been the best team a crazy old man could ask for. Take the night off. Enjoy Halloween. So, when can we expect to be called back? This isn't going to take long, is it, Bill? Kevin asked. No, don't worry, Kevin. A few days at most. I know a good contractor who's going to come out first thing tomorrow morning and get started. I'll call you guys as soon as it's done. Kevin shook Bill's hand and nodded. Thanks, Bill. Gregory and Natalie thanked the old man as well, and took off. As soon as he watched his staff walk away, Bill couldn't help but feel ashamed. Not for this decision to send them off, but for lying to a group of people that he knew, respected, and admired his passion for his haunted attraction. Bill started locking up the place and posted a few makeshift signs letting folks know that Tanner's House of Horrors would unfortunately be closed due to maintenance. He knew he'd get a lot of backlash for closing on Halloween. What else could he do? It was better than somebody being attacked by a malicious clown. As he placed the entrance displays directly inside the entrance to the haunted house, he suddenly heard someone chuckling behind him. Bill realized that whoever was behind him blocked his only exit. Afraid to turn around, Bill cleared his throat. Who are you? What do you want? After a few moments of silence, he heard the person slowly walk towards him. The distinct sound of loud squeaking came from his shoes. Terrified, Bill spun around and screamed when he saw that it was the mysterious clown that had been haunting his attraction. Stumbling backwards in fear, Bill fell to the ground. His hands held out in front of him, the disturbed clown just stared at the old man, smiling at him with crimson lips. He had wild, lavender-colored eyes, with messy indigo locks of hair that fell onto his shoulders. His face was painted white, with blue diamonds around his crazed irises. He wore a tattered red and blue checkered costume, including a large red tie hanging loosely around his neck. The clown slowly raised a gloved hand, and Bill could see he held a balloon twisted into the shape of a person. Bill watched in horror as the clown pulled a large butcher's knife from his trousers, pointing it at him, and then popping the balloon. The clown began to laugh maniacally, waving the knife in the air as he danced in place. Bill quickly got to his feet and balled his fists in anger. Bill looked around and picked up the axe prop next to the headless victim dummy. The old man raised the axe threateningly. "Get the hell out of here! Leave me, or else... The clown stopped dancing immediately and tilted his head to one side. He wagged his finger in disagreement with Bill and grinned. Just then, the clown reached behind him and clutched the silver handle to the haunted house's entrance door. "Happy Halloween!" the clown yelled, laughing hysterically. He slammed the door shut, and Bill was thrown into darkness. Sweating with fear, he clutched the axe prop close to his chest, trying to find the light switch, reaching along the wall. His fingers touched it and flipped it. To his surprise, he remained in the dark. Bill backed up against the wall, listening to the mad laughter of the demented clown that stood somewhere in front of him. All of a sudden, the laughter abruptly stopped. Bill shook and listened carefully, but could hear no other sound but his own terrified breathing. Just then, he felt the clown's hot breath on his neck, followed by a low chuckle. Bill closed his eyes, trembling from head to toe. "Just leave. I don't know what you want." After a few moments of the raspy, labored breathing on his neck, the clown finally spoke. "It's your turn to be scared," he said. Realizing that his very life was at stake, Bill swung the prop wildly over his shoulders and was surprised to find that the faux axe head met the clown's head with a sickening thud. He heard the demented clown moan in pain and crash into something behind him. Bill took the opportunity to run blindly into the dark, looking for the haunted house's entrance door. He yelled in relief when his hand found the handle of the door, but his relief evaporated when he found that it was locked. Breaking away from the door, he ran back past the crazy clown and into the haunted maze. His only hope was to reach the exit door at the other end. Bill dripped sweat as he stumbled through the maze, feeling his way through the attraction. Without the faint dim of the hallway bulbs situated along the floor, the maze proved a bit more difficult, even with his knowledge of the haunted maze's main path. He quickened his pace when he heard a loud crash behind him. Realizing the clown was on his heels, stricken with panic, he accidentally tripped on something and collided was the life-size replica of the werewolf. The werewolf collapsed onto Bill, pinning him to the display corner behind the makeshift tree he designed. As he struggled against the werewolf's weight, he heard the creepy clown whistling down the hall. Bill desperately tried to push the werewolf off of him without drawing too much attention to himself, but he could not find the strength to escape the furry prop. He decided to try and keep quiet, hoping the lunatic hunting him would pass him by. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Bill heard the methodical sound of the clown's shoes as he approached. Shutting his eyes, he waited for the clown to lumber past him. When the squeaking had gotten the loudest, it suddenly stopped. Bill tried to make out anything across the wide hall, trying to see the clown in the darkness. Suddenly he heard the clown utter a low chuckle. "Where are you, Mr. Tanner? Are we playing hide and seek now?" asked the clown, almost like he was singing a melody. Bill remained silent, trying to pinpoint where the clown was. He scanned the dark void before him, but it was like trying to find something with a blindfold on. It was hopeless. He waited a few moments before he heard the clown speak once more. "You know, Bill, this can end well for you. All you have to do is admit that you're scared. All you have to do is say you don't want to play anymore." Hello? You just have to say you don't want to play anymore. Goddamn psycho, Bill thought to himself. Like hell I'm gonna say that. Bill didn't know if the clown knew where he was. But he wasn't about to give himself up like that. He knew the psychopath wasn't going to let anything end well. After what seemed like an eternity of silence, Bill heard something that he did not expect. It was a laugh, but a laugh unlike the clown's. It was a female laugh. And he heard the clown cry out in surprise. Bill was shocked to hear the clown stumble back, his shoes sounding more like mice during a quick dance as he tried to regain his footing. Who's there? The clown asked, his voice hinting a drop of fear. Bill waited for the response, hoping that he could team up with the unknown woman in taking down the crazed clown. After a few moments, the woman laughed once more, closely followed by the clown screaming in terror. Bill trained his eyes, trying to see just what the hell was going on. He could hear the clown struggling against the unknown force, crying out as somebody or something attacked him. It sounded like he was getting ripped apart, and Bill tried to shut his cries of agony out. Giggling was heard soon after, which made Bill's blood run cold. Within a few moments, the giggling woman had stopped, and all Bill heard was someone breathing softly.
Who the hell is that?
Bill went to war with himself over calling out to her, trying to decide if it would be a good idea or a terrible mistake. The next few moments, fear gripped Bill's body as he waited for whomever it was that just murdered that clown to speak. Then an aura of light illuminated the hallway as Bill could finally see who it was that killed the crazed clown. Standing over the fresh corpse was a female clown. Her eyes as red as the blood dripping down her chin after apparently feasting on him. She had long red curly hair. She smiled at Bill with crimson lips. She wore a green and red jacket with candy-striped stockings, gore-covered white gloves, and dark red jackboots. Bill looked at the dismembered clown at her feet, what was left of his face in a state of eternal shock. The cannibalistic female clown cocked her head to one side and gave Bill a smile as he stared at her, mouth agape. She skipped over to Bill playfully, arms behind her back. Bill struggled with every fiber of his being to get out of his vulnerable position, but he flailed like a wounded seal, waiting for the jaws of the great white to tear into him and consume him. The female clown stood in front of Bill, still smiling as he shook with fear. She raised a bloody glove to his lips. Shh! You have to be quiet, or else more will come.
What?
What do you mean? She laughed and placed her hands on her lips. You thought he would be the only one? Oh no! He was one of us. He's one of our kind.
Your kind? Your kind?
What the hell are you talking about? Bill demanded. Our kind! The clowns! All of us that live in this haunted house! Bill shook his head incredulously. No. How could that be possible? She chuckled. You just never noticed us, Bill, until you saw him. Once you saw him, you can see us now. Don't you see? This place created us. You created us! I didn't do a damn thing. Get away from me, Bill screamed. Why, Bill? You made me! The fear in this place? It made me! Your fear. Bill glared at her. I'm not afraid of you. She tilted her head, shaking her long red locks. Yes, you are, Bill. You know you're afraid of us. That's what made us. This environment helped breed us. Just get the hell away from me, interrupted Bill. Leave me alone. The clown shook her head. I can't do that, Bill. You're mine now. Bill motioned to the dead clown over her shoulder, craning his head. Then why'd you kill him? Isn't he one of you? Why did you save me? She looked over her shoulder, staring at the bloody corpse of her brethren. Turning back to Bill with a smile. I didn't really like him. And besides, I don't like sharing. Bill choked back a cry as she slowly stepped closer to him, her face full of demented glee.
Sharing.
She giggled. Yeah, sharing. I hate sharing my meals.
The mysterious aura around her diminished, and the world faded to black once more.
Bill began screaming incessantly.
Within moments, Bill was gone. All that could be heard afterwards was the clown laughing in the dark. It's times like these that make me wish I could run away and never look back. I want to scream, but I can only cry internally from all the stress my family causes me. My father and stepmother always go at each other like a couple of lions fighting over a piece of meat. There's no peace, and sometimes I wish I could just crawl into a hole and never come out again. I desperately pray to God that every day would get a little better, but it never does. Nothing ever gets better. The only thing I look forward to anymore is sleep. Constant oppression and neglect from my stepmother only increases with every passing day. Sometimes I can't help but lie in bed and wonder if my family or friends would ever miss me. People cry, or just move on. The only love I remember feeling was from my father, but lately things have taken a turn for the worse. The fights have gotten more violent, and there are days I would find him crying, praying for a miracle to happen. As it grew dark out, I realized I'd been sitting in my room listening to them for several hours. I couldn't hear them arguing anymore. The damned grating noise of the clock above me only contributed to my frustration. That eerie silence heightened my anxiety until I couldn't take anymore. I got to the door, and before I could get to the doorknob, it swung open. It was my dad. Beaten, broken, and bruised. I gazed up at his tired face as I slowly walked towards him. Then and there, I decided enough was enough. I lost all rational thought as I grabbed his hand. I gathered my strength and pushed my way past my stepmother. The rage plastered on her face made me panic as I tugged my father to his car. I got him into the passenger side and scooted over to the driver's side. I frantically locked the doors as I looked for my father's car keys. I could hear my stepmother growling words as she cursed my name. My only thought was to get my father away from here as fast as I could. I panicked as I struggled to find the keys in the little light that I had. A sudden loud bang on the driver's side window sent me into a state of shock as my eyes snapped back to it. I screamed in terror as my mother slammed the baseball bat against the window again and again. This must have been enough to finally snap my father out of his haze. He suddenly grabbed me and shoved me out of the seat. He had grabbed his keys from the glove compartment and started the car before speeding off, leaving a trail of smoke and skid marks behind him. My panic only heightened as we flew down the road. I pleaded for him to slow down, but he only sped up more. I could feel the car start to spin out of control. The sudden thrash shook both of us violently before I heard glass shattering. The seatbelt that had kept me secured broke, and suddenly the world went black. I felt so isolated. The cold, hard ground beneath me sent goosebumps along my skin as my eyes snapped open. I was gripped with a sudden strong pain as I sat up. My head was pounding from the hard landing. I tried to steady myself and realized that all I could hear was the hollow sound of the car alarm. There wasn't any other noise. Even the cool breeze that touched my skin was silent. I slowly brought myself to my feet as I looked around, and something was wrong. "Dad?" I called out. There was no answer. I hollered again.
Still no answer. I started to scream over and over again in my dismay, only to hear silence, to such an extent that my throat began to hurt. I had to stop before I not only lost my father, but my voice as well. I was worn out. I couldn't stop rubbing my eyes. The more I did, the more the light around me started to fade into darkness. I felt uneasy as I opened my eyes. I was suddenly blinded by a single spotlight, and everything around me seemed to fade away. I could hear a faint jingling sound echo around me. It was followed by laughter. I could feel my anxiety welling up again as I called out, hoping it was my father. "Hello? Dad?" I waited several minutes for a reply, but none came. It only seemed to confirm my worst fear. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand on end as an overwhelming presence seemed to appear behind me. I turned around quickly, and there, in colors of blue, magenta, and teal, stood a towering jester. The jester carried a mischievous, lazy demeanor. He looked bored and quickly took notice that I was standing there. He didn't say a word. The only sound was the faint jingling of the bells tied to the end of his blue hair. I couldn't break my gaze away from him. His flamboyantly vibrant features brought out so much life and made him stand out that much more. The jester came closer to me with a grin that I wasn't sure I could trust. I didn't understand where he came from or how I came to be in this dark oblivion. Without a word, he started to do tricks that would awe anyone. One of them made a purple balloon with a smiley face mystically appear in his hand. He looked at me again with a smile as he offered it to me. I didn't take it. I didn't know where he'd come from, much less what he was. I drew back slightly as his thoughts returned to my father. I had to find him. I didn't have time for this. I turned quickly to move away, but he was there in front of me again. He looked disappointed and shook his head as he offered me the purple balloon again. I couldn't stand the eerie silence that lingered between us. "Who are you?" I asked after gathering my courage. The jester still didn't say anything, but pulled out a deck of cards. I asked him again, and this time he pulled out a card with a letter on it. It started to dance around him, and with each following question, he'd pull out another card. I glared at the cards and spelled out the name that he presented to me. P-A-N-D-Y. "A candy pop?" I asked. The only response he gave was his wide grin. I didn't know why each time he smirked, it sent chills down my spine. I could feel something was wrong, even if I didn't know what it was. He started doing tricks again, and this time he made the purple balloon disappear. I watched as he made a big lollipop appear, then another and another, until he held 3 of them. I wasn't sure what to say or do. I only watched in silence. He took my hand and placed the lollipops in my palm and closed his hand around mine. Once again, he made that same purple balloon reappear and backed away. He crouched with his back to me, and all I could hear was the sound of... When he turned around, he held a flower-shaped balloon. Candy Pop's smile was sweet and kind as he offered me the balloon again. I wasn't sure why he was so persistent for me to take a balloon. Maybe he really was just trying to befriend me? After a moment, I finally decided to accept the balloon. I examined it before gazing up at Candy Pop. His expression had changed from that kind of sweet one to something sinister. I quickly backed away and hugged the balloon to my chest tightly. I started to panic as my body began to levitate off the ground higher and higher. I couldn't stop myself from floating further into the light above. What is this? I whimpered as I realized I couldn't take my hands off the balloon. It felt like it was attached itself to my skin, and the light above me grew brighter until all I could see was Candy Pop waving goodbye to me. I could see his shadow now, and it sent a cold chill over me. The shadow showed devilish-looking horns and a tail, and when I tried to look at his face again, it was distorted. Multiple whispers surrounded me. I felt my head spinning. I closed my eyes tightly, wishing whatever was happening would stop. Alex! Alex, wake up! Alex! I could hear my father finally calling to me. I felt so cold, as if I had been dead. I was frightened and embraced myself so hard that I popped the balloon without realizing it. I opened my eyes slowly, and the bright light that had been overhead slowly focused into a streetlight. My father was kneeling next to me, checking me over to see if I was alive. Almost immediately, I started to cry, and I hugged him. Before I knew it, we were at the hospital. The doctor said it was a miracle we both survived it. Much as it hurt deep down, I was glad that we were both far, far from my stepmother. 3 months have passed since the accident, but I can't seem to shake the feeling that something is still wrong. I'm happy that we both got away from my stepmother and could start again. The rain outside of my hospital window has really made this feeling the beginning of something new. I have to hide my surprise, though, as the doctor enters without knocking. Probably back to check my progress. I smile to myself as I watch the doctor's back. Once he faces me, though, my smile quickly fades. He's holding something in his hand as he quietly spoke to me. "You popped the last balloon I gave you. But do not worry, Alec. I got you a new one."
A man went to a hotel and walked up to the front desk to check in. The woman at the desk gave him his key and told him that on the way to his room there was a door with no number on it that was locked and no one was allowed in there. She explained that it was a storeroom and that it was out of bounds. She reminded him of this several more times before allowing him upstairs. He followed the instructions of the woman at the front desk, going straight to his room and going to bed. However, the insistence of the woman had piqued his curiosity, so the next night he walked down the hall to the door and tried the handle. Sure enough, it was locked. He bent down and looked through the wide keyhole. Cold air passed through it, chilling his eye. What he saw was a hotel bedroom, like his, and in the corner was a woman whose skin was incredibly pale. She was leaning her head against the wall, facing away from the door. He stared in confusion for a while. Was this a celebrity? The owner's daughter, perhaps? He almost knocked on the door out of curiosity, but decided not to. As he was still looking, the woman turned sharply and he jumped back from the door, hoping she would not suspect that he'd been spying on her. He crept away from the door and walked back to his room. The next day, he returned to the door and looked through the wide keyhole. This time, all he saw was red. He couldn't make out anything except a distinct red color, unmoving. Perhaps the inhabitants of the room knew he'd been spying the night before and blocked the keyhole with something red. He felt embarrassed that he had made the woman so uncomfortable and hoped that she had not made a complaint to the woman at the front desk. At this point, he decided to consult her for more information. She sighed and said, "Did you look through the keyhole?" The man told her that he had, and she said, "Well, might as well tell you the story of what happened in that room. A long time ago, a man murdered his wife in there, and we find that even now, whoever stays in there gets very uncomfortable. These people weren't ordinary. They were white all over, except for their eyes, which were red."
Have you ever heard of an old PC game called The Theater? Yeah, I didn't think so. Probably because many people say it doesn't even exist. You see, The Theater is an old computer game, released around the same time as Doom. Today, if you ever find it, it's only available on crappy bootleg CD-ROMs, which more often than not, don't even actually contain the game. The actual legitimate copies that they say were released back in the day feature a blank cover with nothing but the sprite of what has been since named the Ticket Taker. He is simply a poorly drawn, pixelated, Caucasian, bald man with large red lips, wearing a red vest over a white shirt and black pants. He is completely emotionless, though some say that if you smash the disc, his face is shown as angry the next time you look at the cover. But this is just dismissed as an urban myth. What is peculiar about The Theater, though, is that there's no developer named on the jewel case, nor a game description on the back. It is simply the Ticket Taker on a white backdrop on both sides. The game was initially known for its inability to install correctly. The installation process immediately locks up the computer when the user reaches the licensing agreement. Also strange about the licensing agreement for the theater is that whenever the development studio is supposed to be named, the text is simply a blank line. Anyways, most people who have claimed to own the original CDs say that they figured out how to install the game by simply rebooting their computer on the licensing agreement with the disc still inside. Then they are prompted to press "I agree" on startup. Then they continue with the installation. The game starts up without any introduction, besides a main menu that is simply the sprite of a movie theater's exterior on an empty city street. The title fades in, and then the 3 menu buttons: New Game, Load, Options. Selecting Options immediately crashes the game to the desktop. Load is said not to function at all. Even if you do have a saved game, nothing happens when you press it. Thus, New Game is the only working menu option. Once it is selected, you are in the first-person view. You are standing in an empty movie theater lobby, with the exception of the ticket taker, standing in front of a dark hallway, which one can only assume leads to the theaters themselves. There's nothing to do but look at the poorly drawn, mostly illegible movie posters, or approach the ticket taker. Once the player moves towards the ticket taker, a very low-quality sound clip plays, saying, "Thank you. Please enjoy the movie," along with a speech box saying the same thing. You then walk into the hallway and the screen fades to black, and you're back in the empty lobby, and you do the exact same thing again and again and again. While this may sound like a really horrible game, a number of peculiar things occur as you continue to play it. The number of times that you have to continue into the hall after giving your ticket to the ticket taker before the strange events happen is unknown. Most state that it's completely random and could take anywhere from the first playthrough to the 400th. What happens though has deeply disturbed some players. The first occurrence is when the player fades back in after walking into the hallway. This time they will notice the ticket taker is completely absent. The player then, without any other options, decides to walk into the dark hallway. The sound clip and text box mentioned previously still play in the absence of the ticket taker, but when the player walks into the hallways, the screen does not fade out. It goes pitch black as they walk deeper into the hall, but the player's footsteps sound clip is still playing as they continue to push the up button on their keyboard. Those claiming to have played the original game report to have felt extremely uncomfortable walking down the hallway, anticipating the whole way something horrible happening. Well, eventually the player is unable to move forward. There is nothing for a few moments before a strange sprite that is described as the ticket taker but with a swirl for a face appears and stands before the player. The original players of the game say their bodies immediately froze up and their stomachs churned when they saw this sprite, who has been appropriately named the Swirly Head Man. Nothing happens as the Swirly Head Man stands before them. Then suddenly, a piercing screech plays as the game glitches out. This lasts for a few minutes, with the screeching being continuous. Then the player is abruptly returned to the lobby, with all the sounds and graphics being as they should be. The game continues normally for the next couple of cycles, returning to the hallway, with a couple of the original players claiming the Swirly Head Man would briefly appear and disappear in the corner of the screen, as a brisk yelp sound effect plays. Then at some point, after meeting the Swirly Head Man, the player sees the ticket taker pacing back and forth. Though there is no walking animation, the sprite's limbs are completely static, so he just hops up and down, slightly as a substitute, with his eyes being wide and his mouth open to simulate a worried facial expression. Some players noted that the movie posters had been replaced with images of the Swirly Head Man, which caused them to immediately turn their character's head away from the posters and approach the ticket taker. Then another different, low-quality sound clip plays, but the speech box contains nothing but corrupted characters that cause whatever text that would have been in the box to be completely illegible. Due to the extremely low quality of the sound, it is debated by players what exactly the ticket taker says at this point, though it is widely agreed that he says, "Never reach the other levels." Then the screen fades out once again, and returns the player back to their starting point in the lobby. But the ticket taker is gone, and the hallway is blocked by a large brick wall sprite. Touching the brick wall will immediately crash the game, and that's all there is to it. No one knows what the other levels are, or how to gain access to them. Nor is it known why the swirly head man causes such acute fear in those who have seen him in the game. All the original copies of the theater have either been lost or destroyed. But the creepiest part is the fact that all the original players of the game claim to occasionally see a brief glimpse of the swirly head man out of the corner of their eyes.
I'm sure you've all heard of the Ronald McDonald House charity. They provided housing for families of sick kids when they're in hospital. Seems pretty innocent, right? Well, there's another side to the charity. There's another type of Ronald McDonald House, one that not many people know about. There's one in most big cities. You won't find it by looking for it. It doesn't have an address. It doesn't have a sign above the door. It doesn't even have windows. No, the only way you'll find it is if you're taken there. That's how I found it. I've never met my real parents. I've been in and out of foster families and group homes here in Detroit since I was a kid. I'm 15 now, and I'm what they refer to as a bad kid. Always causing trouble. Always getting thrown out and placed with another unsuspecting do-gooder who thinks they can help me. I always prove them wrong. My caseworker sat across the black metal table, looking wary and frazzled. On the table between us was a thick letter-sized brown envelope. My case file. "Well, your reputation has preceded you," she said, "and now you only have two options. Military school in Lansing, or the Ronald McDonald House, which has miraculously cleared you for acceptance. I don't have the patience for drill sergeants and 5 a.m. reveille, and how bad could a halfway house named after a fast food clown possibly be? Ronald McDonald House it was. Dark clouds loomed over me the day I climbed into the back of my caseworker's town car, my few belongings in a backpack, and the clothes on my back. That's all I could take. One of the few belongings I had was a photo album, filled with pictures of all the foster families I had been with. It was nice to remember some of them, even though I had royally screwed it up each time. I have had a few cases who went through Ronald McDonald House, the caseworker said in the front seat. Things went so well for those kids, I never had to transfer them anywhere else. In fact, the house took over the case files and everything. We drove into downtown Detroit, past all familiar landmarks. I'd been thrown out of one foster home just outside town because I snuck into downtown Detroit with some neighbor kids to sneak into a dive bar. Good times. Well, here we are. The car came to a stop. I looked outside the window. We'd parked in front of a tall, grey, windowless building, sandwiched between two other industrial buildings on a narrow city street. I noticed there was an address on the building to my left, and one on the right, but none on this particular building. Not even a sign. "Are you sure?" I asked, hesitating as I opened the car door and climbed out of the back seat. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, clinging tightly to the strap, and followed the caseworker up to the windowless metal doors. She pressed the buzzer and spoke to someone inside, and the doors clicked to unlock. We walked in. As soon as the metal doors closed behind us, I noticed the pin-drop silence. It was that sort of silence that was so oppressive and empty it almost deafens you. Across the dimly lit lobby,
There was a glass window with someone inside. A secretary. She was turned away, typing something intently. We walked over to the window. The caseworker rang a bell on the counter, and the secretary spun around in her chair. Her face was painted like a clown. Like Ronald McDonald, in fact. She even had the short, red curly hair. Otherwise, she wore a typical white nurse's dress. I wanted to laugh at how bizarre it was, but I couldn't. A chill swept down my spine. Something was not right. I watched as the nurse and my caseworker interacted. Paperwork was passed through the window. The caseworker slid my case file under the glass as the nurse slid her some papers to sign. As my caseworker signed the papers, the nurse looked at me. Her smile should have been warm and welcoming, but all I saw in her eyes was hunger. "I can't stay here," I stammered loudly. "Take me to the military school in Lansing, please." "What's the matter, sweetie?" the nurse asked, her voice muffled slightly by the glass. "Afraid of clowns?" I looked into her hungry eyes. Now there was a malicious glint as she laughed. My caseworker laughed too, obviously, and said, Now, don't overreact. You'd hate military school. Besides, this will be good for you." "Yes," said the clown nurse. "This will be good for you." Before I could object, I heard a slam behind me. I spun around to see an open door in the far corner of the lobby. To the left of the front desk window, there was no one there, just the light that flooded in from that door. Then, the creeping shadows. Shrill, echoing laughter and growing shadows along the wall inside the door. "Oh," said the caseworker, "here comes the welcome committee." As I stared in horror, clutching the strap of my backpack, my caseworker patted me on the shoulder for the last time. "Don't worry, honey. It'll be different this time. You'll feel right at home here, I promise." She turned to leave. I felt bile churning in my stomach. "No," I said desperately. "You can't leave me here." "Oh no, I've got to get going. I never did like clowns." And with that, she left me there. The metal doors slammed behind her, and I was alone. I faced the open doorway by the front desk again. The shadows had almost entered the room, and the piercing laughter was filling the lobby with sound. I ran for the front doors, pounded and yanked and pushed and screamed. Screamed for help, screamed for my caseworker, screamed for anyone, please God. I turned to see the nurse behind the glass smiling at me again. And then they entered, laughing all the while. A whole group of laughing nurses with clown faces and red hair, some male, some female, but all with the same terrifying Ronald McDonald makeup. And in the dim light of the lobby, I could see the glint of metal tools in their hands. Coming up the rear was a pair of clown nurses rolling a metal table, complete with restraints. "Get the hell away from me!" I screamed. I pounded at the metal doors again. "Let me out of here!" They surrounded me, grabbing me as I thrashed and screamed and tried to tear myself away, laughing as I kicked and squirmed. They slammed me onto the rolling table and strapped me down. I looked around wildly. I was surrounded. "Let me go!" I screamed, twisting and turning and pulling at the restraints. They rolled me through the open doorway and down the seemingly endless white hallway. They laughed and laughed and laughed. They waved their shiny scalpels and razors and needles mere inches from my face, just to make me flinch and scream. This made them laugh even harder. The last thing I remember before one of them finally injected me was the hands. gloved fingers protruding inside my mouth and pulling at the sides of my mouth, distorting my screams and forcing an unnatural grin under my tear-streaked, sweaty face. Hot, rancid breath in my face, and the whispered, perverted voice speaking the words, "We love to see you smile." Then, as the maniacal laughter seemed to warp and wind down like a dying record player, everything faded to black. I opened my eyes, and I was blinded by bright lights above. Shielding my groggy eyes from the fluorescent bulbs, I turned on my side and looked around. A cell. Tall white walls, covered in scratch marks and stains. A small drain in the corner of the floor. My toilet, perhaps. A door with no windows, and on the floor by the door, my backpack. I tried to sit up. My body ached, and the moment I sat upright, my vision started spinning. Wonder what they drugged me with. I realized I was shivering. I looked down. I wasn't wearing my own clothes anymore. I was wearing a dirty, ripped hospital gown, bright yellow with a pattern of Ronald McDonald's head all over, nothing underneath. I heard faint, muffled sounds from somewhere in the building. It sounded like screams. I tried to stand but couldn't keep my balance. My vision was beginning to stabilize, but my body still felt like rubber. I sank to my knees and crawled over to my backpack. Before I got there, I tried to open the door. As expected, it was locked. I slumped onto the floor beside my backpack and unzipped it. All that remained inside was the photo album. They'd taken my notebooks and pens and my cell phone. Of course they did. I warily opened the photo album, but instead of the photos that had been in there, photos of myself with my previous foster families, photos where I had attempted to look happy and hopeful even though I knew I wouldn't be there for long. Instead of these photos, they were like crime scene photos, and in each one I recognized one of my foster families, brutally murdered and covered in blood. My heart raced and my stomach churned. I began to turn the pages quicker, each page a new photo, a new family, new carnage. I recognized the faces and the inside of their homes. I had lived with all these people, and now they were all dead. I came to the last few pages. A photo of a house at night, then all the windows of the house, then inside the house, a dark hallway with light coming from one doorway, then a photo of my caseworker brushing her teeth at her bathroom mirror, then a photo of her looking at the camera in horror, then a photo of the caseworker, naked, covered in her own blood, contorted into an unnatural position in a bathtub. I turned to the last page. Written inside the back cover of the photo album were 3 words. You never existed. I felt bile rising in my stomach. I threw the book to the ground and crawled over to the hole in the floor and vomited. They were right. Having killed everyone who ever knew me, it was as though I never existed. I heard more faint screaming in the distance. I knew I had to get out. I wiped the vomit from my face with my hospital gown and crawled back over to my backpack. Hopefully, they hadn't found my secret weapon. I unzipped the front pocket and reached down into the very bottom, my fingers scraping the fabric. Sure enough, there they were, flush with the seams in the bag, nearly undetectable. The pins I used for picking locks. I told you, I'm a bad kid. I leaned against the door and listened. I could hear footsteps approaching, but just as soon as they come, they faded in the other direction. I knew I had to work fast. I jiggled the handle with one hand and picked the lock with the other hand. It was surprisingly simple. Holding the handle, I slowly pulled myself to my feet. I could maintain my balance now. I pulled the door open just a crack. A clown nurse darted past. My heart almost stopped, but his footsteps didn't slow or change and soon faded. He didn't notice me. I poked my head around the door, seemingly endless white hallways in either direction. The distant screams grew louder now, coming from all around. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind me. I decided to go to the right. Passing doors identical to the door I'd been in, I heard the screams and sobbing coming behind each one. I stopped for a moment at one door. I heard the crying of a child inside. I jiggled the handle to see if I could let him out. Locked. I kept moving, looking behind me every few seconds to make sure no nurses had come to the hallway. Then I passed a set of white double doors. I stopped for a moment. The word "play place" was written in tall, thin letters across the width of both doors. I heard more screaming coming from within, the screams of multiple people, and laughter. The insane, shrill laughter of the clown nurses. I shuddered. I was afraid to find out what sort of torture was happening inside, and I knew I had to keep moving. I saw a door ahead with a stairway symbol. I headed for it. As I opened the door, I glanced behind me and saw two clown nurses emerging from the play place room. Their white nurse outfits were covered in streaks of blood. I quickly shut myself into the stairwell, hoping they hadn't noticed me. The stairwell was dimly lit, with cement walls and rusting railings. I looked behind the door I had just closed. There was a red number 5 on the door, so it must have been the 5th floor. I decided I had to get to ground level. Each footstep echoed as I began to descend the stairs. I couldn't hear the screaming anymore, just a low, deep humming sound like pipes in the walls. It was a welcome respite. I finally came to the door numbered 1. The staircase seemed to descend a few floors lower, but I stopped here and slowly peeked through the door. More white hallways. No clown nurses to be seen. So far, so good. I stepped through the door and walked into the hallway. I noticed I couldn't hear any screaming on this floor, just the buzz of the fluorescent tube lights above. I came to the end of the hallway and another set of double doors. A large red cross, the kind you'd see on a lifeguard stand or at a first aid kit, was painted across the width of the doors. I pressed my ear against the door. All I heard was a slow, rhythmic pulse like a machine at work, and faintly, a beeping sound, like you'd hear in a hospital room. I knew I shouldn't open the door. I knew this wasn't the exit. I knew I should keep looking, but I had to see. I turned the handle. It wasn't locked. I peeked inside. It was a cavernous white room. Fluorescent lights flickered and buzzed. I saw wires hanging all around, and hanging from the ceiling in rows. Kids in hospital gowns like mine, attached to white wooden crosses affixed to the ceiling, literally crucified. They were silent, their heads drooping forward, their eyes either closed or staring at nothing. Some seemed to twitch a bit, but most were still. The crosses swung back and forth very slightly. And the hanging wires, they weren't wires. They were intravenous tubes attached to the kids' wrists. Tubes sucking out their blood. I almost vomited again right then and there. In the very centre of the room, amidst the row of hanging crosses, I could see where the rhythmic pulsing sound came from. A huge steel cylinder, which seemed to be collecting all the blood from all the tangled tubes that dangled from the kid's wrists. I opened my mouth to scream, to cry out in anger. All I could say was, "What the hell?" That's when the alarms began to sound, loud, piercing like police sirens of hell. They must have realised I was missing. I shut the doors and frantically glanced around the hallway to see if anyone was coming. No signs yet. I ran for the stairwell. As soon as I entered the stairwell, I heard laughter coming from above, echoing and reverberating throughout the stairwell. The clown nurses were coming. I stumbled down the stairs as fast as I could. I must have gotten down another 3 stories before I reached the basement. I found myself running through a dark, sewer-like hallway with small light bulbs overhead every 10 yards or so. The smell of decay and rotting flesh grew more and more pungent as I ran. The laughter continued behind me. I managed to glance behind and see a group of them running after me. I saw them come into the light and then become silhouettes again. Their smiling faces and gleaming knives and needles pushing my adrenaline to the max. I ran past alcoves full of stacked, rotting corpses. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't think of anything but escape. I turned a corner and found myself facing the metal rungs of a ladder in the wall. I climbed until my head smacked against the ceiling. Below me, the shadows of laughter grew closer. Their footsteps slowed. They were close, and they knew it. I pushed the ceiling above me, heaving upward and panting and screaming. The clowns were below me, laughing and waving their scalpels. Something cut my leg. I screamed and pushed one last time. The ceiling gave way as a manhole cover slammed into asphalt above me. A circular opening. I climbed out and frantically pushed the manhole cover back over the hole, blocking out the laughter of the clown nurses below. I laid there, on top of the manhole cover for a few minutes as I caught my breath. Rain fell onto my skin. The turbulent sky above was a welcoming sight. I looked around. Abandoned buildings, broken glass, no lights, no cars, no signs of any life at all. A police siren somewhere in the distance, then silence. An urban ghost town. I climbed to my feet. Pain shot through my leg. I looked down and saw the cut on my ankle where a nurse clown had slashed me. Limping the best I could, I started to walk. "Hello?" I called out. The only answer was a distant roll of thunder. "Somebody! Help me, please!" My foot fell on something soft and mushy. I looked down. A newspaper. I peeled it off the wet asphalt. Most of the ink had faded, but I was able to make out the date. July 13th, 1992. I dropped it, an icy dread filling my stomach. I kept walking. "Can anyone hear me?" I screamed. "Please! Anyone! Please!" My words faded into delirious sobs. I stood still for a moment. The rain had soaked through my thin hospital gown. I shivered as the wind blew. Then I saw a light in the distance. It was a big, yellow M in the sky. A McDonald's. Of course. I limped towards it. When I came to the McDonald's, I saw that, apart from the M, the rest of the building was completely dark. I walked cautiously toward the broken windows and looked inside. Darkness. I turned and surveyed the play place outdoor playground. 10-foot-tall structures of coloured tubes for kids to crawl through. Sitting at one of the benches was a familiar figure. The Ronald McDonald statue. You know, the one where you could sit beside him, and it looks like he's got his arm around your shoulders. Every kid has seen it. I shuddered at the sight. The doors were unlocked. I walked in, out of the rain. Silence. Darkness. I noticed that the decor wasn't like the modern McDonald's you see. It was the same as it was in the 80s, with the white plastic booths and red and yellow tiles. The wind seemed to whisper through the broken windows. I noticed something on the front counter. A black rectangle. I got closer. A laptop. A nearly new laptop. I let out a soft, delirious laugh. I knew what I was supposed to do. I took the laptop outside and sat beside the Ronald statue. I opened the laptop and began to record this story. The rain is falling on the keys, but I don't care. There's nothing left to do now but wait. Because I've been noticing, at the corner of my eye, Ronald is trying to look over my shoulder. He's laughing now. All I can do is join him.
Boothworld Industries. Written by Christopher Bloodworth. Narrated by Todd Farrell. Featuring Rebecca Peason. I'm sure that all of you are used to the cry for help type stories by now. Help me, blah, blah, blah. I won't bore you with another. Even if I wanted your help, you couldn't give it to me, because your help is useless. Why? Because you're not a member. I just wish I wasn't either. It all started innocently enough, with a phone call. I'd been up for a few hours, unpacking and cleaning, waiting for the plumber to call. I just moved into a cabin, and the contractors fucked everything up. Because of that, I now have the wonderful task of making calls to competent people that can fix what the original contractors did wrong. The phone rang at 12:06. Not bad, I thought. Usually plumbers don't bother to call or show up until 5. When I picked up the phone, I didn't even get a chance to say hello before a woman on the other line told me to
please hold for the next available operator.
I hopped up and sat on the cabinet in the kitchen. It was one of the few places in the cabin not occupied with boxes. Elevator music leaked into my ear. I'd started to drowse off when the music stopped and a piano chord that sounded like it was 3 notes that didn't quite go together played through the receiver twice. A voice came on the line.
Welcome to Boothworld Industries. My name is Samantha, and I will be your operator today. Name?
I didn't know what to say, so I told the operator my name.
Sir, we know who you are. I'm your operator. Please give me a name to access.
I don't understand, I said.
It can be anyone, sir. We just need a name.
Okay, I said. I made up a name. Harold Withers.
Sir, as your operator, I must point out that fictitious names or the names of people that you don't know cannot be used.
Used for what? I asked. How had she known that I'd made up that name? The whole thing felt like it was some sort of prank, but hardly anybody knew my new phone number.
Remodeling.
Remodeling? Is this the plumber? I asked.
Welcome to Boothworld Industries. My name is Samantha, and I will be your operator today. Name?
I took that as a yes and gave them the name of an old ex-girlfriend. Jessica Goodwin. I could hear the clicking of a keyboard on the other end of the phone. It sounded like the woman was pounding the thing with her fists. After a few moments of this, she returned.
Jessica Goodwin,
She said,
remodeling is scheduled for August 21st, 2015. Would you like to reschedule?
I was silent on my side of the phone. I couldn't believe this. Someone had to be playing a prank on me. Who is this? Is this you, Jessica? Are you playing a prank on me? I asked. The woman didn't respond for a long time. I thought that whoever was on the other end of the phone was holding in a laugh. Hello? I asked.
Yes or no, sir?
The woman asked back. Yes, I said, not understanding what the woman was asking.
I have a Tuesday appointment available. Will that work?
At this point, I thought I was going insane and that it actually was the plumbing company. What about today? I asked. Do you have anything available for today?
Normally, we can't arrange for a reschedule on such short notice, but today we had a cancellation. How does 3 o'clock work for you?
3 o'clock is fine, I said.
3 o'clock it is then. Would you like a courtesy call?
Sure.
Wonderful. We at Boothworld Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day.
That strange chord played twice again, and the line went dead. I rolled my eyes and went back to unpacking. My phone rang at 3 o'clock on the dot that afternoon. Hello? I said.
Sir, this is Samantha with Boothworld Industries again. Your courtesy call begins now.
What do you... I began to say, but was cut off by those diminished chords blaring into my ear. Then I heard Jessica's voice.
Why are you doing this?
Jessica asked. I could hear the tears in her voice. Jessica? I asked.
Sir, she cannot hear you. This is a courtesy call. The appointment has already concluded. Please.
Jessica begged.
Please don't do this. I'll do anything you want.
Jessica's voice choked off into a wheeze, and all I could hear on the other end of the phone was the rustling of clothing. More wheezing. Eventually it stopped, and someone picked up on the other end.
The scheduled work has been completed.
A man's voice said.
We at Boothworld Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day.
Sir?
The operator came back on the line.
Was that to your satisfaction?
I sat there for a long time, cold sweat dripping down my rib cage. Jessica was my ex because I walked in on her and my best friend fucking at a party in high school. I smiled and whispered, "That was perfect."
Wonderful.
The operator said.
We at Boothworld Industries aim to serve. Would you like to make another appointment?
As I stared at the water leaking from the door of the dishwasher, I smiled even bigger. Yes, I said. Yes, I would.
Name?
Dan. I don't have a last name. He's a contractor.
Dan Arancibia, July 13th, 2032. Would you like to reschedule?
Yes, I said.
How would Wednesday work for you?
Didn't you say you had a Tuesday appointment available? I asked.
I did, but unfortunately that slot has been filled by another member. Would Wednesday work for you?
No, I said. I have a job interview that day. What about Thursday?
Unfortunately, Thursday will not work. You are due for remodeling Wednesday night.
What? I asked. She repeated the exact same thing to me again.
Unfortunately, Thursday will not work. You are due for remodeling Wednesday night.
Can we reschedule my remodeling? I asked.
Of course we can, sir.
The woman said. It sounded like she was smiling on the other end of the phone.
There's always a way.
I waited for her to tell me how. She didn't speak. How? I asked.
Boothworld Industries is always looking to add new members. We are, of course, a membership by invitation only club. Sadly, our membership numbers have fallen in recent years. Economic recessions, wars, politics. What we would like you to do in order to avoid your own remodeling appointment is help us add several new members.
The light at the end of the tunnel, I thought. How many members do you need? I asked.
1,000.
I choked. 1,000?
Yes, sir. Otherwise, we'll have to keep our scheduled appointment. We must inform you that the member that scheduled this appointment did request a courtesy call.
Everything stopped at that point for me. All my life I'd just skated by, not doing anything, not making a difference. My mouth actually dried up. I'd always thought that was just a thing people wrote in books to be dramatic. It's not. I'll get you your 1,000 members, I whispered.
We at Boothworld Industries say thanks and welcome to the club. You have a marvelous day.
The connection ended. I hung up the phone and stared at it for a long time. I'm scheduled for remodeling on Wednesday, and somewhere, someone will be getting a courtesy call to listen to my last few breaths if I don't get 1,000 members to join Boothworld Industries. It's funny. I'd always wanted to join an elite club. Skull and Bones, New World Order. I'm not sure how I got in, but now I'm a member. I've got until Wednesday to enjoy it. Like I said at the beginning, even if I wanted your help, you couldn't give it to me because you're not a member. Membership is by invitation only. I'm inviting you in. You can help me. Just call 630-296-7536.
Do you have something that you truly, relentlessly desire? Despite your state of mind, is there something else that you would go completely to the end of the world to get? Well, lucky for you. There's a way to achieve what you're looking for, and you won't need to go to the end of the world to get it. But you will need to go somewhere, and the place may be too out of reach for some. It's not far away, closer than one may believe, but there are requirements that some individuals may not meet. First, whatever it is that you seek, know that you must seriously desire what you want. In your eyes, it should be something you need. If you begin the journey without the correct state of mind, you'll surely fail, as it will be near impossible to turn back once the journey starts. The second requirement is that you will need a vehicle of sorts. Some use a car, as it's the most comfortable choice. There have been a select few that have used small motorized vehicles, such as an ATV or motorcycle, but this has proven to be quite difficult, as the conditions of the journey can prove to be too bothersome. Do not use a vehicle too large or noticeable, as you will need some of the cover of night to be most safe. Also, while any sort of car will do, you may not want to choose the most expensive or cherished vehicle. You could take your slick new black Mercedes for the drive if you'd like, but don't expect it to come out in a pristine state. Make sure your vehicle is completely fueled before beginning the drive. The first task to accomplish is to locate the road. It doesn't have a name, it's not on the map, and technically, it doesn't even exist. It will only show up if you're looking for it at the right time, and you will only spot it if you know what you're looking for. Finally, you must be alone during the journey. You didn't think you'd be able to go with a group, did you? It must be night when you begin. Choose the time of night where you believe the roads are the least populated. Drive to any area that is just a stretch of road surrounded by woods. Here's where you want to start paying close attention. If you're looking for the road, it will turn up eventually, but you need to search for the road's hint in order to pull down the right one. Once you're close, you'll see or feel its signs. But what the signs will be will depend on what it is you desire. For example, if you search for wealth, you may spot shimmers on the empty branches of trees, as if they resembled the shine of gold or diamonds. If you seek love, you may begin to see rose petals slowly dance on the light breeze, blowing in the road's direction. If you seek revenge, you might sense an ever-growing feel of heat or anger in your body as you approach. Just know what it is you really want, and you'll have no problem finding the turn. Once you're sure you've found the revealed road, take a deep breath and turn down onto it. At this point, you have officially started down the nameless road which brings you through 11 miles, leading to whatever it is you seek. Each mile will test your desire and will expose if you really do want what you're searching for. Before you go further, stop the car and be wary of a few advisements. Do not turn on a radio during the drive. Do not use a phone during the drive. Reception would be cut off anyway. Do not open the windows during the drive. Make sure they're closed before you continue. If you're riding a vehicle without windows or a top, then prepare for the worst, as the odds are heavily against you. Do not attempt to leave your vehicle at any time. You'll never want to exceed 30 miles per hour unless you're desperate to make it through a section of the road. And most importantly, as with any drive, buckle up. Feel free to prepare and make sure you're ready. Once the road has been entered, time has stopped, so you don't need to worry about losing the night. Though you may not notice, you're not actually in your own world anymore. Take one last moment to realize that once the first mile is over, there is no turning back. If you ponder turning back at all, know that you shouldn't even be on the journey in the first place. Once all is done, continue on the road. On the first mile, you won't see much change. The road passes through mostly woods, with a few miles being an exception. The air will turn a bit colder, in which you should turn on your heating system if your vehicle has one. You won't want to take your eyes off the road later. Take some time to calm any uneasiness by admiring some of the night sky. You'll see it completely lined with stars, more than what you would ever believe possible. If the weather was cloudy beforehand, you'll also notice that the sky is now clearer. On the second mile, the air will become even colder. This is primarily the reason why traveling in an open vehicle is very difficult. With each mile, the air will drop in temperature, even if the season should be warm. If the air is too cold to bear, even with the heat on, your only option is to speed up. With each mile, the road also becomes more complex, taking more turns and showing an increasing amount of road hazards. Be sure to always keep focused on the road in front of you in order to avoid as many bumps or obstacles as possible. Hitting a few rocks and potholes won't hamper your progress too much, but you'll want to keep the best condition for as long as possible. If your vehicle is forced to stop because of damage, then there's nothing left you can do but eventually freeze to death. On the third mile, you may begin to spot silhouettes of human figures in the lining of trees. Pay no attention to them, even if they seem to get closer. It will be hard to resist peeking at their unnerving, distant appearance, but know that they will reveal themselves later. At this mile, the road will become dirt, if you weren't driving on it in the beginning. Keep to the center of the path, as it will become narrow and wide at random intervals. On a quick side note, should you ever attempt to turn around, despite the previous warnings, you'll be left on a path which never ends. You would simply run out of fuel eventually, and be left to freeze in the cold conditions. On the fourth mile, you'll not only see more of the figures, but you'll begin to, in a sense, hear them. In the back of your mind, a very faint, unintangible whisper will echo. These will come and go, but you can't stop them. If they become bothersome or distracting, try and tune them out by thinking of what it is you desire. Attempting to listen and determine what the voices are saying will only attract them to you. And you want to be as far away from them as you can. They'll be closer later, so there's no use bringing them near you this early. On the fifth mile, you will come to a clearing. The lining of trees to your left will disappear to reveal a lake with no end, with a beaming great moon over the water. The illumination of the moon will be so spectacular that the vehicle's headlights will no longer be required. Restrain yourself from gazing at it. If you look at its lights for even more than a few seconds, the road in front of you will end, throwing your vehicle into the water in which you will freeze in mere minutes. The voices will be gone for this mile. But don't rejoice just yet. They'll be back. On the 6th mile, take into account that you are more than halfway done. Despite the progress, you may lose hope here. The stars will have disappeared at this point, leaving the sky an empty black abyss. The clearing will have ended, leading you back into the woods. The only light that you will have will be provided by your vehicle's headlights, but they will flicker from time to time, even if you're sure they're in perfect working order. If you have a radio in the vehicle, it will turn on here automatically. If you didn't turn it on beforehand, it will produce an overwhelming screech that will send you off the path. A calm voice will then begin to speak about your greatest fears, what it is you are horrified of in your life. It will speak in a way that will cause you to visualize the words in your mind. So don't listen to it. And if you begin to comprehend what it is saying, the horrors will prove too much for you to stay on the road safely. Attempting to turn off the radio will prove no use. Speed up if you need to. Just keep your mind off the voice as much as you can. As you approach the end of the mile, the voice will fade out of the speakers, leaving your ears at peace. For now. On the 7th mile, the voices from the figures will return. They won't sound like a whisper this time, but more like a distant scream, growing closer with each second. At some point on this mile, you'll hear one of them in your ear, as if one of them was right behind you. This is because one of the figures has found a way into your vehicle. Don't turn around. Their faces will shock you to paralysis, leading you off the road. If you don't draw attention to it, it will become uninterested, and hopefully leave. These beings are said to be ones who have traveled down this road before, but were not successful. They live the remainder of their existence, suffering in the darkness, with their only goal being to bring other travelers down with them. It's been said, from experience, that these beings can't physically harm you, so as long as they don't cause you to wreck, you should be fine. On the 8th mile, slow down if you're going too fast. The road here takes very sharp turns, which, if overshot, will throw the vehicle into a pit through the trees. The cold here is near fatal. If you were to have a glass or bottle of liquid in your vehicle, it would be solid in seconds. The heating system will have become completely obsolete. Your headlights will flicker more, sometimes shutting off for a few seconds. You should brake if this happens, but do not completely stop. The figures will be following you at this point, and should you stop for too long, they will surround and trap your vehicle. More of their screams can be heard from outside of your doors, sometimes even sounding of maniacal laughter. Their hands will claw at your windows, desperate to reach in and feel something living. Do not look at them. They won't block your windshield, and the last thing that you want to happen is to crash and be trapped with them. If you don't make it from here, pray it's the freezing that ends you. On the 9th mile, your vehicle will stall. The headlights will shut off, as will all other systems inside. There's nothing you can do to prevent this. What you will need to do is close your eyes and immediately attempt to restart the vehicle. Keep your eyes closed, as the figures would have surely surrounded you at this point. The starting of the vehicle will frighten them, and they will all back away temporarily. This will give you a chance to start moving forward again. If you begin to hear the windows crack from their struggle, do not lose focus. The beings can alter the vehicle, but remember that they still do not have the strength to physically affect you. You will hear nothing but their voices rampage in your mind, as they could be anywhere between 12 or 100 after you now. Once you start the vehicle, floor it. Floor it so long as you can stay on the path. When the mile's done, the beings will retreat. On the 10th mile, the voices of the beings will stop. If you were to look to your rear view mirror, do not actually do this. You will see them following you, but not as if they were chasing. They're watching you, as if they were seeing you off. As you go down the 10th mile, the road will be smoother, as if you were back on the 1st mile. The figures will be lining the sides of the path ahead of you. They won't be after you, but they will watch you as you pass. Some have theorized that the beings are impressed here, that you have come a long way on the journey to what you desire. This is false. They are not impressed, but they are happy. They are happy that you're about to approach the next mile. They're happy because you are most likely going to your death. On the 11th and final mile, everything in your vehicle will lose power, as it did on the 9th mile. The vehicle would normally be immobile, but you'll still be moving. An unknown force will be pulling you forward. In the darkness, you will see a glowing red light up ahead, as if it were a light at the end of a tunnel. Close your eyes and cover them. Do whatever it takes to make sure you do not see what you're about to go through. Covering your eyes would also be helpful, but keeping your eyes covered should also be a higher priority. The red light is another clearing, but there's no moon or lake this time. Once it's entered, unrelenting and inconceivable noises will sound from all directions. No amount of bravery and conditioning will spare you from these sounds. The cold will turn to a merciless heat, burning all parts of the vehicle. You will feel the illusion of the flesh being burned off of your bones, that every part of you is being destroyed as you travel through the screams and audible suffering. As long as you keep your eyes closed and resist the urge to see where you are, you will survive through the suffering. This will last a total of 31 seconds, but many fail to keep their vision closed during that time and are left to the worst fate of the road. Where is this mile located? Those who have survived do not know. Some have named it the transmission from hell. But whether it is a part of hell is debatable. After the final mile, power will return. Stop the vehicle. Take a moment to possibly regain some of your sanity. Let the screaming in your ears begin to fade, and know that you have nearly completed your journey with the hardest task overcome. Breathe, and begin to drive forward once again. After only a kilometer, your vehicle will arrive at a dead end. Stop here and don't attempt to move again. Nothing will happen right this second, but do not be disappointed. Relax, and close your eyes. Imagine in your mind what it is you desire this entire time. It will most likely still be the same as when you entered, but with some, this desire may actually change through making this journey. Think about what it is that you went through, such terrifying and difficult means to acquire, and imagine possessing it in your hands. Once you've completely visualized this, slowly open your eyes, and you'll find yourself at the beginning of the unnamed road where you first began. This may confuse you, but know that you're finished. Your task is done. Your mind will turn to your reward. If what you desired was material, check in the back seat or in the trunk if your object is larger. If the object is small enough, it might already be in your pocket. If what you desired was non-material, then do not be disappointed if the change is not immediate. Turn back to where you came from, and you'll find in your life that what you want is there. You may have found the love of your dreams. You may have gained unnatural, unimaginable power. You may have put your most hated enemy to the most satisfying revenge possible. You will have no doubt gained what you deserved. So now that the task is done, what's the catch? Is your vehicle cursed? Is there something you're about to lose? Is your death imminent? The answer to all is no. Of course. You've done the challenge. You've proved worthy of what you desire. As stated before, the sounds of the 11th mile will continue to exist in your mind, potentially causing you some vivid and unusual nightmares, but these should prove as nothing compared to what you've gained. Now, one last question. Is there something else you desire? Are you not yet satisfied? After all, you're left right back where you started. The road's right in front of you. So, are you up for another drive? If so, buckle up and just keep moving forward.
My wife and I lived in a house for around 5 years, and in that time we've probably been down in the cellar a handful of times. Our house is an old Victorian terrace house, and so the cellar is cold and damp. When we first moved in, we kept wine and stuff down there, because my wife liked the idea of telling people we had a wine cellar, but it got annoying going down there every time, so we stopped using it. There's only the two of us living here, so we never really needed to use it for storage space. A few weeks ago, we decided we were going to renovate it, maybe turn it into a mini gym or something. So at the weekend, we went down and began cleaning it up. The cellar had a stone floor, but the walls were covered in this horrible yellow floral wallpaper. It looked old as hell, and I assumed it was put up decades ago. So we began to strip the wallpaper, and that's when we found the door. Covered up with the wallpaper, the door was set into the wall. It was plain wood, and the door handle had been removed, so that's why it was flat. We were pretty stumped on how we hadn't noticed this before, how it had blended in so well with the rest of the wall. But at this point, I was pretty excited that we'd found a secret door, so I largely overlooked its oddness. All the houses in our street have cellars, so I assumed it must have been an old doorway leading through to the next door's cellar. We decided that we'd go around our neighbors tomorrow morning and tell them about the doorway, and suggesting we brick it up or something. I didn't really feel comfortable about having this access point into our house. My wife tried to look through the small circle hole in the door where the handle had been removed, but it was pitch black in there. So, because we're nosy, we used a torch on her phone to peek through the hole. My wife looked first. "This doesn't go into next door's cellar," she said slowly, moving back from the door. I frowned and took her phone, looking for myself. Instead of the cellar, there were stone steps leading downwards. I couldn't see very far with the light from the phone, so I brought down my big torch and managed to get the door open. We looked down the stairs with the torch. They weren't very long, and at the end of the stairway there was another door. This one looked really old, wooden panels kept together with metal columns. It even had one of those metal ring handles. It didn't make sense how this could be here. Even though it was going down, the beginning of the stairway would still cut into next door's cellar. We'd been in his cellar for drinks a few times, which had been done up into a games room with a bar and a pool table, and I'd never noticed this big jut out from the wall that would cover a stairway, or that it was smaller than our cellar if there was a whole wall blocking it off. My wife thought we should probably talk to him before going down and left, but I was too curious about the whole thing, so I took the torch and went down. I tried the handle, and it was a bit stiff, but I was completely took by surprise that it opened. I shone the torch inside. It was a concrete room, similar looking to our cellar but smaller, and this was the only entrance or exit I could see. I waved the torch around and nearly jumped out of my skin. There was a man stood at the back wall, facing the wall, his back to me. He was completely still, wearing a black suit and black-rimmed hat. The man was so still that I began to think he might have been a mannequin, until he slowly lifted one foot. I stood transfixed, my torchlight trained on him. It was just bright enough to illuminate his body, but the rest of the room was in complete darkness. He held his foot still in the air, before slowly moving it a step backwards. His movements were unnatural and jerky, like someone who didn't fully understand how to walk. He stayed like that for a moment, completely still, one foot placed back. Then he lifted his other foot in the same jerky movement. This time, when he stepped back, his foot slammed on the floor. The sound shook me out of my frozen state, and I jumped back. As soon as I moved, it was like I triggered something, and suddenly he moved so quick. He was running backwards towards me, his legs jerking around unnaturally. Writing this down, it sounds kind of funny, but at the time it was utterly terrifying. I've never seen someone move that way before. I instinctively threw the torch at him. Maybe I thought it could knock him out or something. I honestly don't know. And legged it back up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind me, and running up the stairs leading out of the cellar, slamming that door shut too. I hesitated by the door, barricading it with my arm, trying to control my breathing and understand what I'd just witnessed. I heard the sound of the door push open in the cellar, and then what sounded like a huge lump of flesh dragging along the floor. I thought I began to hear what sounded like a low hissing noise, at which point I ran out of my house yelling my wife's name. She was stood on the front step of the neighbors, talking to him. I grabbed her and pulled her to the other side of the road, yelling for my neighbor to get away from the house. Without waiting to explain to them what I saw, I grabbed my phone and called the police. We all stood there in the dark, my neighbor in his robe and slippers, looking at the house. After a few moments, I saw the lights that we'd left on flicker through our kitchen window, and then they went out completely. All I remember was holding my wife's hand so tightly, looking up into our dark windows, and waiting for the police to arrive. They found no one in the house, but the cellar door was open, and so was our back door. They checked our garden, but found no one, and no footprints or signs of someone being there. They brought a team over to check out the hidden room we found. My neighbor claimed no knowledge of the room, and that he couldn't understand how the stairs in the room could possibly exist, or could fit in between our two cellars. The police couldn't explain it any more than we could. I didn't want to ever go back in there, so they showed us the photos of the walls inside the room. The concrete was carved with symbols, and they found what looked like centuries-old dried blood. They had the symbols sent to our local university history department, but no one knew what they meant. They sealed off the room, and we've never gone down into the cellar again. I think we made a huge mistake that day in opening that door. In going into that room, I think we set something free that day, something that someone had locked up for a reason. And I don't think it's good.
It's been 2 weeks since this whole thing started. It all started with a tanker accident. It was all over the news. Everyone thought it was just another oil spill. There were plenty of volunteers, plenty of people wanting to help the poor, defenseless animals. Plenty of victims. Within hours of the tanker accident, it started happening. The animals had gone crazy. They were scratching and biting the cleanup volunteers. They said that it was an adverse effect to whatever was in that tanker. Rescue workers were still trying to get the crew out of the ship. They could hear screaming inside. There were screams to open the doors. But that's when it all went to hell, as soon as they cut the door out. There were 6 minutes of broadcast before it all went silent. 6 minutes of screaming and agony. The ship crew attacked the rescue workers like rabid baboons. They were breaking bones and tearing flesh. The people on the shore weren't faring any better. Those that had been attacked by animals were attacking everyone else. It was worse than any war zone report. It was sheer brutality. And yet, the broadcast still went on for 6 minutes. There were 6 minutes, and then blank faces. Nobody could explain what was happening. They tried to continue with the regular news, the economy, the weather, and a cute human interest story. But they couldn't make us unsee what we saw. I tried to continue with my regular existence, but every time I switched on the news or walked by a newsstand, it was there. This big mystery. They had some explanations. It was an infection or maybe a brain parasite. But it didn't matter. It wasn't the infection we were afraid of. It was them. 4 days after the initial report, the state of emergency was raised. And yet, we've all seen this before. It's in every zombie movie ever. People didn't know who to trust. People were stockpiling food and weapons. Some tried to flee. But it seems every zombie movie was right. They didn't make it. 3 days later, they arrived in my town. I expected moans, shuffling corpses, and dismemberment. But that's where the movies lied. They ran through the streets, screaming. I remember running to my front door as fast as I could, locking, barricading, and doing anything else to make sure it would stay shut. And then I headed for the window. I was on the second story, and I could see the carnage. They were unstoppable. They were aware. A group of them made their way through a building across the street. They jumped straight through the plate glass window. Even the shards slicing through them made no difference. They just kept coming. My barricade wasn't going to hold. I rushed around my flat, grabbing supplies and jamming them into the most secure room of the flat. I went back for one last look across the street, and I wish I hadn't. In a second-story window, my face met one of theirs. They knew where I was. I quickly dashed into the room and locked the door. I don't have any kind of panic room or secure basement, so the safest place I could think of was my bathroom. There were no windows and only one door. It had a lock. I had filled my sink and bathtub full of water so I could stay for a while. I sat there in the dark room with the distant screams in my ears. I began to feel like I may have overreacted. It's been 2 hours and no sign of them. It actually got quieter, and I thought they had moved on. Maybe I could leave the room and go to the kitchen. I could grab some food to wait it out. A crash came from the front door. The sound of someone running full force into the door and knocking down the barricade behind it. There were a couple more crashes before I knew they were inside. There were rapid footsteps moving around the flat. A couple of screams and then a bang on the wall beside me. My eyes were open to their widest, even in the pitch black darkness of the room. There was another bang, and then another. They knew I was there, and they knew I was scared. This was the zombie nightmare I'd been expecting from the start. I'd nowhere to run. There was only so much time before they would break in. I sat with my back to the door, hoping my extra weight would make it harder for them to get in. Then, it got worse. "Why don't you open the door?" There was a voice on the opposite side of the door. There were no screams or moans, just a quiet, whispery voice. And then more of them. "We've come for you. You'll be happier if you open the door. It's not so bad." The whispery voices became a cacophony of noise, trying to persuade me, to break me, to fool me. I had heard that the moaning of the zombies would drive people insane, but this was worse. A siren call. I sat in the darkness and hoped and prayed they get bored. But they don't get bored, and they don't leave. I managed to use the mirror to peek under the door, only to be greeted by horrible unblinking eyes, blood-smeared faces, screams, and more horrible whispers. That was 2 days ago. I don't know what to do anymore. Maybe it won't be so bad.
In the darkness, some pony coughed.
Who was it?
Silence reigned.
Who?
A dim violet light sprang into being. Twilight Sparkle's horn barely illuminated the cramped, windowless room and the 6 ponies within. A world of dark purples and inky blacks revealed itself. Colors distorted by the monochrome aura of the magical implement. Shadows pulled into a corner, lurking just behind the reach of the unicorn's spell. Rainbow Dash watched as Twilight glared at each of their friends in turn. None spoke. Silhouettes danced along the walls as the unicorn moved her head, causing the light to jerk and shift. Pinkie Pie huddled near a barred door, eyes wide and uncomprehending as she stared off into the uncertain distance. The baker twitched slightly, squeezing the bag of flour that she clutched so tightly to her chest. On the room's only bed, Rarity laid next to Applejack, her head buried in the farmer's shoulder. The dressmaker shook as she sobbed quietly. Dash didn't know whether the unicorn's distress was because of their situation or because of their hygiene. The room reeked of unwashed bodies, and Rarity's mane like every pony else's, was tangled and knotted and hung heavy with filth. Applejack, for her part, merely stared back at Twilight Sparkle when the librarian's gaze turned to her. And then those eyes were on Dash, and then Fluttershy. Those two were locked in an embrace. It was the only comfort they had in the room. The weather pony found her voice when the other Pegasus began to shudder.
What does it matter?
Twilight Sparkle's brow furrowed.
Get serious, Dash. It's better for the 5 of us to get through this than none of us. Coughing is the only warning we get.
Fluttershy's whisper carried well enough in the enclosed space.
Couldn't we, wait and see? It could just be dust or a cold. Please? I really wish we could risk it, Fluttershy.
Twilight said, the sharp edge of her voice softening slightly.
But there's no going back once it reaches the final stage. You saw what happened out there. Do you really want that in here?
Applejack sighed and spoke up. She's right, Sugar Cube. It's not contagious till the end. We've got a choice to make: 1 death or 6. Rainbow Dash gritted her teeth.
Isn't there anything that can be done? Can't your magic cure it? Stop it? Slow it down? Anything?
The unicorn shook her head.
Even the princess can't cure it. She can only contain outbreaks that do happen. Every carrier has to die. That's the only way the rest of us can be safe. The only way the rest of Equestria can be safe. You know that, Dash. Time matters here. Why are you stalling?
The weather pony's mouth worked, but no words came forth. Fluttershy's voice, suddenly confident, filled the gap.
I coughed. It was me.
Rainbow Dash gaped at the other Pegasus, eyes wide with shock and horror. The pink-maned mare turned to look at her and spoke, once again hesitant.
It's okay. I'll be okay. I couldn't live with myself if any of you died, and I could have prevented it. It's better this way.
Dash shook her head slowly and whispered a single.
No.
Applejack's voice was grim. Her mind's made up. It's a tough choice, but Fluttershy's got the strength of an ox on the inside.
How can we? How is she going to?
The Pegasus trailed off. Twilight Sparkle sighed and slumped to the floor.
We don't have any weapons, and I'm not trained in combat magic. Even if I were, it can't be me. It has to be you, Dash. What?
The unicorn looked away.
I know you well enough to realize that you'd never just stand aside and let one of us lay a hoof on your filly friend. Maybe intellectually you'd know it's necessary, but your emotions get the better of you. Ask yourself, if it has to be any of us, would you really want any pony but yourself to...
Rainbow Dash rose to her hooves.
You're right.
She took a step away from the other Pegasus. Applejack spoke. Fluttershy, sit up and put your head up against the wall. It'll be might quicker. The mare choked back tears.
I'm so sorry, Rainbow Dash. I wish it could be any other way.
The rainbow-maned Pegasus looked over her shoulder to meet the eyes of the mare she loved. Fluttershy had taken the Earth Pony's advice. They stared at each other silently for a moment. Eventually, Dash found the words, as insufficient as they were.
I'm sorry. I love you. I'm so sorry. I love you too. And I forgive you. It's better this way. Just make sure some pony takes care of the animals when it's all over. When everything's back to normal. I promise.
She took careful aim. 1 buck. It would be quick. Fluttershy deserved that much at least. When she was sure she'd connect, vision or not, she spoke.
Cut the light, Twilight. No pony should have to see this.
The horn glow disappeared. Years of running and kicking clouds had honed Dash's muscles. She reared up on her front legs, gathered all of her strength, and kicked out. She connected, and a dull thud was accompanied by the sensation of warm droplets splattering across her flank. It was followed by a high-pitched moan from the agonized pony behind her. Rainbow Dash reacted to Fluttershy's continued suffering without thought. She reared again and bucked repeatedly, steadying herself and adding force with the swift flaps of her wings. The weather mare's hooves dropped back to the floor. She stood, shaking, her eyes wide, and her heart beating nearly out of her chest. Her fetlocks were drenched with sticky blood. She could feel it beginning to clot. She wondered despite herself whether the mess would stain, whether her coat would always bear the red residue of her deed. She wept quietly to herself. Silence reigned. In the darkness, some pony coughed.